This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I'm still trying to rationalize what happened to me 3 years ago. I've been hiking all my life. Started when I was just a kid with my dad, and I've done some pretty intense trails. Rainier, Mount Baker, Adams, you name it, I've probably been there. After doing so many, you kind of get cocky, you know? You think you can handle anything. That's what I thought before Black Peak. It was May of 2019. I'd been planning to tackle Black Peak for months. It's this gorgeous mountain in the North Cascades, about 8,000 feet high with these incredible views. I'd seen pictures online and became obsessed with conquering it solo. Yeah, I know solo hiking isn't the smartest, but I'd done it plenty of times before. I'd heard the stories, of course, hikers going missing over the years, people reporting weird stuff, disorientation, strange noises, feeling like they were being followed, but I chalked it up to inexperience or people getting spooked by their own imagination. The wilderness does that to people who aren't used to it, or so I thought. I reached the trailhead at about 5:30 in the morning. The sun was just starting to come up, and there was this ethereal mist hanging over everything. The air was crisp, that perfect mountain air that smells like pine and earth. I remember taking a deep breath and feeling so alive. God, I was so excited. I checked my pack one last time. Extra layers, plenty of water, energy bars, first aid kit, headlamp, map, compass, the whole deal. I always over-prepare. The first couple hours were perfect. The trail started in this dense forest with massive Douglas firs towering overhead. Light filtered through in these beautiful beams. Birds were singing. I even saw a deer about 20 yards off the trail. It was peaceful, quiet in that way that feels respectful rather than eerie. Around 9, I stopped at this incredible viewpoint about halfway up. You could see the entire valley below. All these peaks jutting up in the distance, still capped with snow. I sat on this rock munching on a granola bar, just taking it all in. That's when I first felt it, this weird sensation like someone was watching me. I glanced around, but there was nobody. The trail hadn't been busy that day. I'd only passed 2 other hikers early on, and they were heading down, not up. I shrugged it off and kept going. The trail got steeper, more challenging. I liked that part. The physical exertion, the way your muscles burn, but something felt off. The wind picked up, and I swear it carried sounds with it, like whispers or echoes. At first, I thought it was just the wind through the trees, or maybe water running somewhere nearby. Natural sounds get distorted in the mountains sometimes. I reached the summit around noon. It was even more breathtaking than the photos. You could see forever in every direction. These jagged peaks, alpine lakes glittering like sapphires. I should have felt elated. I did, sort of, but that feeling of unease never fully went away. I took the obligatory summit selfie, ate lunch, and decided to head back down after about 30 minutes. The weather can change fast up there, and some clouds were starting to roll in. The descent is where things got weird. The sun was lower in the sky, casting these long shadows through the trees. I noticed how quiet it had gotten. No birds, no rustling, just this heavy silence that felt wrong. In the mountains, there's always some sound, wind, animals, something. This was different. It was like the forest was holding its breath. Then I came to this fork in the trail. I didn't remember it from the way up, which was strange because I'm usually really observant about the route. I pulled out my map, but before I could really study it, I felt this pull toward the right-hand path. It wasn't a conscious decision. It was like my body decided before my brain could catch up. I just started walking that way, even though something in the back of my mind was screaming that it was wrong. The feeling of being watched intensified. It was like eyes boring into my back from every direction, and the whispers returned. But they were different now, clearer, more distinct. It sounded like voices, multiple voices, some calling out names, others just moaning or pleading. I kept telling myself it was just the wind, Just my imagination getting the better of me, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. The trail twisted through this incredibly dense section where the trees grew so close together that barely any light got through. It was premature twilight under that canopy. I checked my watch, just after 3 in the afternoon, but it looked like dusk in there. I picked up my pace, trying to get through it quickly. That's when I heard it. A loud snap behind me, like someone stepping on a branch. I whipped around, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Nothing was there, at least nothing I could see, but the space between the trees seemed darker somehow, like the shadows had substance. I started walking faster, then jogging, then full-on running. I don't know exactly when I realized I was completely lost, but the panic hit me like a physical blow. The trail I was on wasn't a trail anymore, just a game path that petered out into nothing. I was surrounded by underbrush and trees that all looked the same. I tried to use my compass to head consistently in one direction, but it was like the forest kept turning me around. The whispers had become a chorus by then. Some sounded angry, others desperate. It was like being in a crowded room with everyone talking at once, except I was alone in the middle of nowhere. I swear some of them were saying my name, Jessica. How could they know my name? It didn't make sense. After what felt like hours of stumbling through brush, getting scratched and scraped, I found a small clearing. I stopped, trying to catch my breath and get my bearings. The relief lasted about 10 seconds. That's when I saw it. A shadow moving between the trees across the clearing. Not an animal shadow, person-shaped but wrong somehow. Too tall, too fluid in its movements. I couldn't see details, just this dark figure slipping from one tree to another. The whispers exploded into screams. Then, not my screams, though I was terrified enough to scream, but the voices all around me. Some begging, some wailing, some saying things I couldn't understand. I ran. I just ran blindly in the opposite direction from that shadow. Branches whipped at my face and arms. I tripped over roots and rocks, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. I don't know how I found the main trail again. Blind luck, or maybe some part of my brain was still functioning enough to navigate. Suddenly I just burst out onto it, this clear, well-maintained path that I should never have left. It was almost dark by then. I'd been lost for over 4 hours. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. I literally collapsed against the hood, gasping for air, my legs shaking so badly I could barely stand. My clothes were torn, my arms and face scratched and bleeding from the brush. My water was gone, my phone dead. I dropped my trekking poles somewhere during that mad dash. As I drove away from Black Peak, my headlights cutting through the darkness, I kept checking my rearview mirror. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me out of that forest, that whatever had been watching me was still watching. I've tried to rationalize it since then. Dehydration, exhaustion, the power of suggestion from those stories I'd heard, but none of that explains everything I experienced. Those voices weren't in my head. That shadow wasn't my imagination. I've researched the area more thoroughly since then. There are newspaper articles going back decades about hikers who disappeared without a trace on Black Peak. Local indigenous legends warn about a hungry place in those mountains where the boundary between worlds is thin. Rangers I've spoken with get this look in their eyes when I mention my experience. Not disbelief, but recognition. I still hike, but I stick to popular trails now, places with lots of people. I haven't gone solo since that day. Sometimes when the wind blows through trees in a certain way, I hear those whispers again, just for a moment, and I wonder how close I came to becoming just another missing hiker story, another name for those voices to call out in the forest. I don't know what's on Black Peak. I don't want to know, but whatever it is, it knows me, and sometimes in my dreams, I'm still running from that shadow, and the voices are telling me that next time, I won't make it out. Story 2. I've never told anyone about this outside my family. It's hard to put into words without sounding crazy, but I need to get this off my chest. I'm sitting in my bedroom right now with all the lights on, even though it's almost 2 in the morning. I'm too scared to sleep. I'm 16. And we've lived in this house in Oak Ridge since I was 4. It's a pretty normal house in a quiet neighborhood. Nothing special about it. Mom and Dad had it built 12 years ago, so it's not like it's some ancient building with history, but something's not right here. Never has been. Last night was the worst it's been in a while. I woke up around 3:15 in the morning feeling like someone was watching me. You know that feeling? When the hair on your arm stands up and you just know someone's there? I was lying on my side facing the wall, and I could feel eyes on my back. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, just my imagination running wild again. But then I heard breathing, not my breathing, not the normal house settling sounds, actual deliberate breathing, in and out, right behind me. I froze. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe myself. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. The breathing got closer, right next to my ear. Then I felt something cold brush against my neck. I squeezed my eyes shut and pulled the blanket over my head like I was 5 years old again. I don't know how long I stayed like that, maybe an hour, before I finally passed out from exhaustion. This morning my mom asked why I looked so tired, and I just mumbled something about homework. How do you tell your parents that the things are back again when they're experiencing it too? We don't talk about it much anymore. It's like this unspoken thing we all deal with but never discuss. It wasn't always this bad. When it first started happening, we thought it was just normal house noises or bad dreams. But then the incidents started happening more frequently, and we couldn't ignore them anymore. About 3 months ago, I had this nightmare that felt way too real. I woke up in the middle of the night and saw this black figure standing by my window. At first, I thought it was just shadows from the tree outside, but there was no breeze that night. Nothing was moving outside, but this thing was. It just stood there watching me. I couldn't make out any features. It was just this dark, person-shaped shadow. I blinked, thinking it would disappear, but it didn't. Instead, it moved. Just a little at first, shifting its weight from one foot to the other. Then it took a step toward my bed. I wanted to scream, but nothing came out. I wanted to run, but I couldn't move. I was completely paralyzed, watching this thing slowly approach me. It took another step and another, until it was right next to my bed, leaning over me. I could feel its breath on my face, cold and stale, like air from a basement that hasn't been opened in years. I squeezed my eyes shut and prayed for morning to come. When I opened them again, it was gone, and sunlight was streaming through my window. I convinced myself it was just a nightmare. That's what my parents said when I finally worked up the courage to tell them. Just a bad dream, Emily. Nothing to worry about. But then, a few days later, I was lying in bed reading when I heard it, exhaling right next to my ear. I dropped my book and turned on every light in my room. Nothing was there. I slept with the lights on for a week after that. It's not just me, though. That's the thing that makes it so much worse. We've all seen them. When I was in middle school and still shared a room with my sister Sarah, we both woke up at the exact same moment one night. I remember because I checked the clock, 3:33 in the morning. I looked over at Sarah's bed and saw her sitting up staring at something on the floor between our beds. I followed her gaze and nearly peed myself. There was this thing crouching there. It wasn't completely solid, kind of tan-colored and slightly transparent, like looking through dirty water. But it had a shape, a human shape, but wrong somehow. Too long in some places, too short in others. It was looking right at me, not at Sarah, at me. I pulled my blanket over my head so fast, I think I gave myself whiplash. After what felt like forever, I whispered, "Sarah, did you see that?" She didn't answer right away. When she did, her voice was shaking and I could tell she was crying. "Yes," she whispered back. We stayed under our covers until morning. When we told our parents, they looked at each other with this weird expression I couldn't read. Later, I overheard them talking in hushed voices in the kitchen. Mom was saying, "It's just like what we saw. What does it mean?" That's when I found out my parents had been seeing things too. About 6 months ago, they both woke up in the middle of the night to find a gray figure crouching on top of their dresser, just watching them. Dad said it stayed there for almost 30 minutes before it just vanished. Not like it walked away or faded out. It was there 1 second and gone the next. A few weeks after that, they saw something else, bigger and darker, walk slowly across their bedroom and disappear into the wall. Mom says she can still remember the sound its feet made on the carpet, like it was wet, leaving damp footprints that weren't there in the morning. The weirdest part? We never see the same thing twice. It's always something different. Different shapes, different colors, different, I don't know, feelings, because each one gives off a different vibe. Some feel curious, some feel sad, and some feel hungry. I've tried to find explanations. Carbon monoxide poisoning can cause hallucinations, but we have detectors all over the house, and they've never gone off. Sleep paralysis is another possibility, but that doesn't explain how Sarah and I saw the same thing at the same time, or how my parents have shared experiences too. About 3 weeks ago, I felt something tapping on my back while I was trying to sleep. Tap, 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 pause, tap, tap, tap. I thought it was Sarah messing with me at first, but when I rolled over, no one was there. The tapping stopped. I settled back down, and then felt something tugging on my blanket, pulling it slowly off of me. I grabbed it and yanked it back, my heart racing. Then the tapping started again, but this time on my head, like someone was standing over me, reaching down with one finger to poke me. Tap, tap, tap. I switched on my lamp so fast I nearly knocked it over. My room was empty. We typically get these visits once or twice a week. There's no pattern to it, no specific time or day. It just happens, and we never know what form it'll take. I tried smudging the house with sage once, after reading about it online. My parents were skeptical but desperate enough to let me try. I walked through each room, waving this smoking bundle of dried herbs, feeling like an idiot but hoping it would work. It didn't. That night, Sarah woke up screaming because she felt something sitting on the end of her bed. The strangest thing is, I don't think these entities, or whatever they are, want to hurt us. They've never tried to. They just watch. They observe, like we're some kind of exhibit in a zoo, which in a way is almost worse than if they were violent, because what do they want? Why us? Why our house? Dad suggested moving once, about a year ago. Mom shot it down immediately. What if they follow us? She said. None of us had considered that possibility before, and it terrified us even more. At least here, we know what to expect. Sort of. Last week was my turn to take out the trash. It was already dark, and I hate going outside at night now. I rushed out to the bins, dragging the heavy bag behind me. As I was lifting the lid, I glanced at our house and froze. There was a face in my bedroom window, pale, with dark hollows where the eyes should be, just staring down at me. I dropped the trash and ran back inside, taking the stairs 2 at a time. My room was empty. The window was closed and locked, just like I'd left it. But when I looked out, I could see the trash bag I'd dropped, split open with garbage spilling across the driveway. Sometimes I wonder if I'm losing my mind, if we all are. Some kind of shared family delusion. But then I remember the specific details. The way Sarah described the tanned figure's elongated fingers, exactly as I'd seen them. The wet footprint sounds my mom heard that my dad confirmed, without her mentioning it first. The cold breath on my face that left a small cloud in the warm air of my room. These things are real. They're here, and they're watching us. Right now, as I'm writing this, I keep glancing at my closet door. It's closed, but I swear I can see the handle turning slowly back and forth. Back and forth. Like something on the other side is trying to decide whether to come out. I don't know what to do anymore. We've tried ignoring them. We've tried acknowledging them. We've tried religious symbols, sage, salt lines at the doors and windows. Nothing works. They come when they want. They watch, and then they leave, only to return a few days later in a different form. The sun will be up soon. That's the only time I feel safe anymore, during daylight hours. But even that's changing. Yesterday, I was home alone after school making a sandwich in the kitchen when I felt someone standing behind me. I could see their shadow on the counter in front of me, stretching and distorting in impossible ways. When I spun around, the kitchen was empty, but the back door was open. I know I hadn't opened it. I don't know how much longer we can live like this. Something has to change. Something has to happen. Because I'm not sure how many more nights of this I can take before I completely lose it. Wait, did you hear that? I just heard something from the hallway. Footsteps, but not normal ones. Like something heavy is dragging itself across the carpet. It's getting closer to my door now. I can see a shadow in the crack underneath. It's stopping right outside. The doorknob is turning. Story 3. I've been a trucker for 23 years. Never missed a delivery, never had an accident, never even got a speeding ticket on the job. I've driven through blizzards in North Dakota, floods in Louisiana, and wildfires in California. But what happened to me on Highway 95 in Nevada back in September of 2018, I still can't explain it. I still have nightmares about it, and I'm sharing this now because I need someone, anyone, to believe me. My name's Martin Frazier. I was there the night Marcus Wheeler disappeared. I'd been hauling electronics from Salt Lake City to San Francisco, making good time despite some engine trouble near Winnemucca. It was getting late, around 1:30 in the morning, when I decided to pull into this rest area on Highway 95. I know now it was a mistake, but back then I didn't put much stock in trucker superstitions. The rest area was one of those bare-bones Nevada stops. Just a gravel lot with some trash cans, a couple picnic tables, and a small bathroom building. No lights except what spilled from the bathroom windows and your own headlights. The kind of place where the darkness feels thick, like it could swallow you whole. There were only 3 other trucks when I pulled in. A blue Peterbilt, a white Freightliner that belonged to Loretta, I recognized her rig from previous runs, and a red Kenworth that I later learned was Marcus Wheeler's. I parked about 50 feet from Marcus, killed the engine, and headed to the bathroom. As I walked back to my truck, I felt this weird pressure in my ears, like when you're driving up a mountain and the altitude changes suddenly. The air felt wrong somehow, heavy. My watch stopped at 1:47 digital watch. Not some old wind-up thing, just died completely. Wouldn't start again until I was 70 miles away the next morning. I climbed into my sleeper cab and tried to get some rest. Couldn't fall asleep though. Something kept nagging at me. I've spent thousands of nights in my truck at rest stops all over this country, but that night felt different. The silence was too complete. No distant highway noise, no wind, no animals. Nothing. Around 2:30, I heard another truck pull in. Must have been Marcus arriving. I remember checking my phone, 2:32, and thinking I should try to sleep again. But then my phone started acting weird. Battery jumped from 86% to 12% in seconds, screen flickering. Then it shut off completely. That's when I noticed how cold it had gotten in my cab. September in Nevada. It cools off at night, sure, but this was different. I could see my breath. The windows started fogging up, but from the outside, like someone was breathing on them. I wiped a circle clear and looked out toward the other trucks. The white Freightliner's cab lights were on. I could see Loretta moving around inside, probably dealing with her dog. That mutt was going absolutely nuts, barking and throwing itself against her door repeatedly. I'd met Loretta's dog before at a truck stop in Arizona. Sweetest Labrador you'd ever meet, never barked at anything. But that night, it sounded terrified. Then I noticed something moving near Marcus's truck. At first, I thought it was Marcus himself, but the shape was all wrong. Too tall, too thin. It moved in this jerky, unnatural way, like it was studying the truck. It had what looked like a flashlight, but the beam was wrong, kind of bluish, and it didn't illuminate things properly, just made them look washed out and distorted. I reached for my own flashlight, but it wouldn't turn on. Brand new batteries I'd put in 2 days earlier, dead. So I just watched through the fog on my window as this figure circled Marcus's truck. It would stop occasionally, place what looked like a hand on the metal, and then there'd be this awful grinding sound, like metal being scraped raw but muffled somehow. The grinding got louder, and I swear I could feel it vibrating through my own truck. That's when I heard a voice. Not shouting, just a normal speaking voice, but somehow I could hear it clearly, even inside my cab. "What the hell are you doing to my truck?" Marcus. Had to be. I couldn't see him from my angle, but I heard him clear as day. The figure stopped moving. It just stood there. Then it turned, not like a person turns, but like its whole body rotated at once without shifting its feet, and faced where Marcus's voice had come from. The rest area went completely silent. Even Loretta's dog stopped barking. The silence lasted maybe 10 seconds. Then I heard footsteps on gravel, running. Then Marcus's truck door slamming, engine starting. But it didn't start right. It made this horrible whining noise, like the starter was fighting against something. It tried 3-4 times to turn over. On the 5th try, the engine caught, but it sounded wrong, rough, uneven. The figure moved toward Marcus's truck, faster now, not running exactly, but covering ground too quickly. Its movements were all wrong, like watching someone fast forward through security footage. I wanted to help, I really did. But my body wouldn't move. I was frozen, hand still on my useless flashlight, watching through that small clear spot on my window. My truck wouldn't start either. I tried. The electronics were completely dead. The figure reached Marcus's truck and placed both hands on the driver's side door. That's when I noticed its hands weren't hands at all. They were, I don't know how to describe them, like fingers that were too long, too jointed, ending in points instead of fingertips, and they left marks on the metal, not scratches, but these weird indentations that seemed to glow slightly in the darkness. Marcus's truck lurched forward a few feet, then stalled. The figure moved with it, never taking those hands off the door. Then came the worst sound I've ever heard in my life, a scraping, tearing noise as the figure somehow pulled itself up the side of the truck, not climbing, more like gliding up it, against gravity. It reached the top of the cab and disappeared from my view. The truck's headlights flashed on, blindingly bright, then off, then on again, pulsing in no particular pattern. The horn blared, but it sounded distorted, like it was underwater. Then the emergency lights started flashing. Through it all, I could hear Marcus shouting, not words, just raw sounds of terror. Then nothing. The lights stopped. The horn cut off. Complete silence again. I sat there, unable to move, for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Finally, I saw movement again. The figure reappeared, sliding down from the top of Marcus's truck. It stood there for a moment, then turned and looked directly at my truck. I ducked down, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. When I finally gathered the courage to look again, the figure was gone. Marcus's truck sat there, engine off, looking completely normal, except for those strange indentations on the door. At some point, I must have passed out from sheer terror. When I woke up, it was just after 6 in the morning. My watch was still stopped at 1:47, but my phone had restarted itself and showed 6:18. Outside, everything looked normal, too normal. Loretta was outside her truck, smoking a cigarette and looking shaken. Her dog was sitting at her feet, unnaturally still. I got out of my truck on shaky legs and walked over to her. "Did you see it?" she asked before I could say anything. Her hands were trembling so badly she could barely hold her cigarette. "The figure? By Wheeler's truck," I said. She just nodded, took a long drag. My dog went crazy around 3, started barking at the door like something was trying to get in. I looked out and saw... She trailed off, shaking her head. "No one's going to believe us." We walked over to Marcus's truck together. It was locked, his belongings visible inside through the window. His phone was on the passenger seat. No sign of Marcus himself. That's when we noticed the Hispanic driver, Hector, I learned later, standing by his blue Peterbilt, just staring at Marcus's truck with this hollow look in his eyes. "You saw it too?" I called out to him. He just nodded, made the sign of the cross. "El metal contra metal," he said quietly. The grinding sound. We called the police, of course. They came, took statements, searched the area, found nothing except those strange marks on Marcus's truck door, which they attributed to vandalism. They didn't believe our stories about the figure. Why would they? 6 days later, I heard they found Marcus's trucker cap on top of a Joshua tree, 12 feet up. No ladder, no footprints, no explanation. Just his cap sitting there like someone or something had placed it deliberately. The authorities never found Marcus. The official report says he wandered off, maybe had a mental breakdown, maybe got lost in the desert, but I know better. I was there. I've been avoiding Highway 95 ever since. I take detours that add hours to my trips. Most other truckers who know the story do the same. That rest area closed permanently in January 2020. Official reason was maintenance issues, but we all know the real reason. Sometimes my electronics still act up when I'm driving through Nevada. Phone battery drains for no reason. Radio picks up static that sounds almost like words. And sometimes, just sometimes, I'll catch a glimpse of something tall and thin in my side mirror, moving in that wrong, jerky way along the roadside. I don't stop in Nevada anymore. Not for anything. If you're a trucker reading this, stay off Highway 95 at night. If you're not a trucker, well, maybe you think I'm crazy or making this up. I wish I was. But Loretta and Hector saw it too. And Marcus Wheeler, wherever he is now, he more than saw it. He met it. Story 4. I've been putting off writing about this for 4 years now. Even typing these words makes my hands shake, but I need to get this out there because I can't keep pretending it never happened. Maybe someone can make sense of it. Maybe someone's experienced something similar. My name's Melissa. I was part of a paranormal investigation team that visited Aspen Shore Lodge on Lake Manitou in Michigan back in 2013. I wasn't even supposed to be there. I was just filling in for another researcher who got sick at the last minute. Wish to God I'd said no. The lodge itself was beautiful from the outside. This big 2-story cedar building surrounded by pine trees, right on the lakeshore. It had this amazing view of the water, the kind of place that normally costs a fortune to rent. But the owner, Elaine something, had practically begged our team to come investigate after all the weird reports. When we arrived, it was late afternoon in mid-July. The sunlight was hitting the lake in this way that made it look like glass. I remember thinking how peaceful it seemed, which makes me want to laugh now in the most bitter way possible. Our team leader, Mark, gave us the rundown on what had been happening. Apparently, multiple families had reported seeing people in the house who shouldn't be there. An old man in the library asking kids if they'd signed the book yet. A woman in old-fashioned clothes appearing at the foot of beds. The usual ghost story stuff that honestly didn't seem that impressive. I remember rolling my eyes a bit. We get calls about haunted vacation rentals all the time, and it's usually just people trying to create buzz for their property. The inside of the lodge was nice. Lots of wood paneling, comfortable furniture, that kind of rustic luxury vibe. But there was something off. I noticed it as soon as we walked in, like this heaviness in the air. I figured it was just humidity from the lake. We set up our equipment, EMF meters, infrared cameras, audio recorders, the works. I was assigned to the library, which was this cozy room with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves and a big window overlooking the lake. That's where most of the sightings had happened, especially of the old man. The first few hours were completely boring, nothing on any of the equipment. I sat there listening to the lake water lapping against the shore outside, fighting to stay awake. Around 11 that night, Mark called everyone to the main living room. He had this excited look on his face. The local deputy sent over some case files, he said, spreading papers on the coffee table. Apparently they found a hidden space under the library floor a few months ago. There was a bunch of stuff from the 1920s in there, including some kind of guest register from the original lodge that used to be here. That caught my attention. "Where's the register now?" I asked. "In a locked cabinet in the library," he said. The owner gave me the key. I volunteered to go check it out. Looking back, I wish I'd just gone to bed instead. The cabinet was this antique oak thing in the corner of the library. The key stuck a bit in the lock, but when it finally opened, I saw it right away. A leather-bound book, about the size of a large photo album, sitting by itself on the shelf. The leather was this deep burgundy color that looked almost black in the dim light. I put on nitrile gloves before touching it. Standard procedure for handling old documents. The moment my fingers touched the cover, I felt this, I don't know how to describe it, like a vibration or a hum. I figured it was just my imagination. The register was heavy, much heavier than it looked. I set it on the desk and opened it. The first page had Manitou Lodge Guest Register written in this elaborate calligraphy, with the date established 1908 underneath. I started flipping through the pages. The early entries were what you'd expect. Names, dates, home cities, nothing unusual. But then I got to July 17th, 1932. There was a whole page of signatures with that date, 11 of them. The names were all written in different handwriting styles, but the ink looked identical. Next to them, someone had written Carrington Wedding Party in the margin. What was weird was that after that page, there were more signatures, a lot more. They continued through the decades, all the way up to 2010. Some of the names I recognized from the reports, families who had stayed at the modern lodge, but that made no sense. This register was from the original Manitou Lodge, which had been gone for decades. I was so focused on the book that I didn't notice the temperature in the room had dropped until I saw my breath clouding in front of my face. That's when the EMF meter in my pocket started going crazy. I pulled it out and watched the needle swing all the way to the right. "Is someone here?" I asked out loud, feeling stupid even as I said it. The pages of the register suddenly started flipping by themselves, like there was a strong breeze in the room, but the windows were closed. The pages stopped on a blank section near the back of the book. Then I saw the pen. There was an old fountain pen lying next to the register. As I watched, it lifted about an inch off the desk, just lifted, all by itself. I wasn't hallucinating. I wasn't drunk. I wasn't on any medication. The pen was floating. It moved over to the open register and hovered there, poised over the blank page like someone was holding it, ready to write. That's when I heard the voice. It was so close to my ear that I felt the breath on my neck. "Sign the register," it whispered, a man's voice, dry and papery. "Become part of Lake Manitou forever." I jumped up so fast I knocked the chair over backward, but there was nobody there. The pen dropped back onto the desk. I should have left right then. I should have run out of that room and never looked back. Instead, I did what researchers do. I grabbed my digital recorder. "If someone's here, can you tell me your name?" I asked, holding the recorder out. The temperature dropped even further. I could see frost forming on the window now. The recorder in my hand suddenly felt ice cold. "William Blackwood," came the whisper, right into the recorder. "I am the keeper of the register." "What is the register for?" I asked, my voice shaking. "It binds you to this place, to the water, to us." I played back the recording immediately. The voice was there, clear as day, not just in my head, real. I called for Mark, but nobody came. I later found out they'd all been experiencing equipment failures throughout the house and couldn't hear me. I turned back to the register and noticed something I hadn't seen before. Under the signatures from 1932, there was a small line of text. "The water welcomes you." That's when the second voice spoke. A woman this time, coming from the direction of the window overlooking the lake. "Will you join us beneath the water?" she asked. Her voice sounded wet, like she was speaking through liquid. I turned toward the window and saw her, a woman in a white dress, soaking wet, with lake weeds tangled in her hair. She was transparent, the moonlight on the lake visible through her body. Her eyes were just empty, black holes in her face. "The register shows you haven't signed yet," she said, raising a dripping arm to point at the book. I couldn't move, literally could not move my body. It was like I was frozen in place. I could only watch as she glided across the room toward me, water pooling on the floor beneath her feet. When she reached the desk, she pointed one pale finger at the open page of the register. "Sign," she commanded. Like we did. Against my will, my hand reached for the pen. I tried to fight it, tried to pull back, but it was like my arm belonged to someone else now. My fingers closed around the fountain pen. I looked down at the register and saw that the blank page wasn't blank anymore. There were names appearing on it, written in what looked like water that somehow wasn't soaking the paper. Names I recognized from the case files, people who had stayed at the lodge and reported seeing ghosts. My hand moved toward the page, the pen touched the paper, and that's when everything shifted. 1 second I was standing in the library, and the next I was underwater, deep underwater, looking up at the surface of Lake Manitou far above me. It was night, but I could see moonlight filtering down through the water. I could feel the cold pressure of the lake all around me, but somehow I could breathe. I wasn't alone. There were others there with me, 11 people in old-fashioned clothes, the wedding party from 1932. They were floating in a circle around me, their clothes and hair moving gently in the current. They weren't decomposed or skeletal. They looked preserved, like they'd just gone into the water. Their eyes were open, watching me. In the center of their circle was a man in a dark suit, older, with a neatly trimmed beard. He was holding the register, which somehow wasn't affected by the water. "William Blackwood," I said, though no sound came out of my mouth underwater. Somehow he heard me. "Welcome to Lake Manitou," he said, his voice perfectly clear despite the water. "You're almost one of us now. Just sign your name." He held out the register to me. The pages were dry, the ink perfect. I could see all the signatures, hundreds of them, going back to 1908. "What happens if I sign?" I asked. He smiled, showing teeth that seemed too sharp, too numerous. "You become part of the lake, part of us, forever. And if I don't?" His smile disappeared. "Then you go back, but the lake will call you. It always calls those who've seen beneath the surface. You'll come back to sign eventually. They all do." The others in the circle began to move closer, reaching out with pale hands. "I saw what you did to them," I said, suddenly understanding. "You drowned them, the wedding party. You killed them for the insurance money." Blackwood's face twisted with rage. "They signed willingly. The register binds them, binds us all." I looked up toward the surface again and realized I could see the lodge from underwater, not as it was now, but as it had been in 1932, and somehow, impossibly, I could see through the walls to the library, where my actual body was still standing pen in hand, about to sign the register. With every bit of will I possessed, I forced my physical hand to drop the pen. In the underwater vision, the wedding party lunged toward me, their faces transforming into something inhuman, their mouths opening too wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth like Blackwood's. I came back to myself with a violent gasp, collapsing onto the library floor. The register fell closed with a heavy thud. The ghost woman was gone. The room was back to normal temperature. I scrambled away from the desk on all fours, not stopping until my back hit the wall. The register sat there, innocent looking now, just an old book. Mark found me like that an hour later, still huddled against the wall, unable to speak. They had to take me to the hospital. The doctors said I was in shock. They found no physical explanation for my symptoms. I didn't tell anyone what I'd seen. How could I? They'd think I was crazy. But the doctors kept me under observation for 3 days, and every night I had the same dream. Drowning in Lake Manitou while William Blackwood and his victims watched, the register floating above us, pages open and waiting for my signature. When I was released, I quit the research team. I moved away from Michigan entirely, but I still dream about the lake, about the register. Sometimes I wake up with my sheets soaking wet, tasting lake water in my mouth. I found out later that they tore down the lodge in 2014. They found remains under the foundation, William Blackwood's remains, though he was supposed to have died in Chicago in the 50s. The register was taken to some lab for testing. I don't know what happened to it after that. I don't want to know. But sometimes, when I'm near any body of water, I feel it calling to me, waiting for my signature, waiting to bind me to Lake Manitou forever. Story 5. I've been thinking about this for months, trying to make sense of it. I need to get it off my chest, so here goes. I work at Sandstone Junction truck stop off Route 95 in Nevada. Not exactly a dream job, but the night shift pays better, and I've always been a night owl anyway. Most nights it's just me, a few tired truckers, and endless miles of desert darkness. The isolation never bothered me before March 17th. That night started like any other. I came in at 11 p.m., took over from Rick, who works evenings, and settled in for my 8-hour shift. The first couple hours were normal. A few regulars stopping for coffee, some guy with a minivan filling up on his way to Vegas, the usual. Around 1:30 in the morning, things slowed down to that dead quiet that's normal for the middle of the night out here. I was restocking the snack aisle when the emergency radio crackled to life. We keep it at the counter because cell service is spotty at best out here, and sometimes people need help on the highway. The voice that came through was a woman's, shaky and filled with panic. "Hello? Is anyone there? Please, we need help." I rushed to the counter, grabbing the handset. "This is Sandstone Junction truck stop. What's your emergency?" "Oh, thank God," she said, her voice breaking. "Our car broke down about 2 miles east of the junction. We've been trying to get help for hours. My husband tried walking, but something's out there. Something's watching us from the desert. Please, we have children with us." My skin prickled. 2 miles east of here is literally nothing but scrubland and desert. "Ma'am, are you injured? How many people are with you?" "5 of us. Me, my husband, his brother, and our 2 children. We're not hurt, but please, something's out there. It keeps circling the car. We can hear it." I told her I'd call Highway Patrol right away, which I did. Officer Mendez was on duty that night. I know most of the local officers from their coffee stops. He said he'd check it out immediately. While waiting, I tried to keep the woman calm on the radio. She told me her name was Eleanor and that they'd been driving to California when their station wagon broke down. Something about the way she described the car struck me as odd, but I was focused on keeping her talking. "Just stay in your vehicle with the doors locked," I told her. "Help is on the way." "We can't stay here," she whispered. "It's getting closer. It knows we're talking to you." That's when things got weird. The radio started to make this strange whining noise, and her voice became distorted. "They're coming for you now," she said before the connection cut out completely. I tried calling her back, but got nothing. 20 minutes later, Officer Mendez radioed to say he'd driven the entire stretch 5 miles east and found no broken-down vehicle, no family, nothing. He asked if I was sure about the location. I was. My manager keeps a binder of local history and weird happenings. He's into that kind of stuff and thinks it brings in tourists. I remembered something about a family disappearing out here years ago, so while waiting for Mendez to return, I dug through the binder. That's when my blood went cold. On March 17th, 1973, exactly 50 years ago to the day, the Sanderson family vanished without a trace 2 miles east of Sandstone Junction. Harold and Eleanor Sanderson, Harold's brother James, and their children Michael and Sarah. 5 people in a station wagon headed to California. The black and white photo in the file showed a smiling family next to their car. The woman looked like she was in her 30s, with that 70s-style long straight hair parted in the middle. I immediately recognized the name, Eleanor. I was still staring at the photo when the radio crackled again. "Emily? Are you there, Emily?" I never told her my name. My hands shook as I picked up the handset. "Who is this? How do you know my name?" "You have to listen carefully," Eleanor said, her voice clearer now. "We've been trapped here for 50 years. Not dead, not alive, just in between. They won't let us leave." "Who won't let you leave?" "Eleanor, what's happening?" "The entities. That's what we call them. They found us that night and they've been studying us ever since. They're fascinated by human fear. They make us relive our disappearance over and over. Different scenarios, different outcomes. It's their research. I know how this sounds. Trust me. I thought I was losing my mind or being pranked, but the terror in her voice was too real. They can look like anything," she continued. "Usually they take human form, but it's never quite right. The proportions are wrong or the movements are too stiff, and they can mimic voices perfectly after hearing them just once." That's when Officer Mendez walked in. I was so relieved to see him that I almost cried. He asked for a coffee and said he'd driven the whole area twice and found nothing. The woman on the radio, I started explaining. She said her name was Eleanor Sanderson. There was a family with that name that disappeared 50 years ago today, I know, he cut in. That's why I drove back here instead of calling it in. Thought someone might be playing a sick joke. I showed him the file. He studied the photo while I tried the radio again, but there was only static. Mendez was just saying he'd file a report when the bell over the door chimed. A little girl around 7 or 8 years old walked in. She was wearing a dress that looked like something from the 70s, her hair in neat pigtails. But what really got to me was that she was completely dry and clean despite the light rain that had started outside. "I'm looking for my mommy and daddy," she said in a sing-song voice. "Have you seen them?" Mendez turned to her. "Hey there, sweetheart. Are you lost? Where's your car?" The girl just stared at him, then at me. Her eyes didn't blink. Not once. "You're Emily," she said to me. "They told me about you." Every instinct in my body screamed danger. The photo in the file had 2 children in it, a boy and a girl. This had to be Sarah Sanderson. But the girl in front of me wasn't quite right. Her movements were too fluid, like she wasn't bound by normal physics. And her face, it was almost like a mask someone was wearing. Mendez must have sensed something too. He reached for his gun. The lights flickered, then went out completely. Emergency lights kicked on, bathing everything in dim red. The girl was gone, just vanished. The radio burst to life with Eleanor's frantic voice. "Emily, they're coming for you now. They've found a new subject." Mendez reached for his radio to call for backup, but it was dead. My cell phone had no signal. Even the landline was just a dial tone. "What the hell is going on?" Mendez asked, drawing his gun. I think," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "we're dealing with the things that took the Sanderson family." The windows around the store began to fog up, despite it being a mild night. Through the glass doors, I could see figures gathering in the parking lot. Some looked like normal people, others were wrong. Limbs too long, heads at impossible angles, all staring at the store. The radio crackled again. "Emily, listen to me. They communicate on a specific frequency, 439 megahertz. It hurts them when it's amplified. That's how we've managed to keep them at bay all these years." Mendez was at the door, gun drawn, as the figures started moving closer. One looked exactly like him, down to the uniform, walking alongside the others. "They're mimicking me," he whispered. I ran to the manager's office where we keep the PA system controls. The truck stop has external speakers for announcements. If I could broadcast that frequency through the whole system, I heard Mendez shout, then a gunshot. When I looked back, the doors were open and mist was rolling in. Shapes moved in the fog, some human-like, others not even close. I found an old radio in the office and frantically tried to tune it to 439 megahertz. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely work the dial. Through the office window, I saw Mendez backing up, firing at the approaching figures. The bullets passed right through them. The radio hissed as I found the frequency, a high-pitched whine that made my teeth hurt. I hooked it up to the PA system, turned the volume all the way up, and hit play. The sound that blasted through the speakers was like nothing I've ever heard, part static, part scream. The effect was immediate. The figures in the store contorted, their forms twisting unnaturally. The mist receded, and the shapes retreated toward the desert. Mendez was on the floor, alive but dazed. He kept saying they'd tried to get in his head, show him things. I kept the frequency playing until dawn. As the first light broke over the horizon, Eleanor's voice came through the radio one last time. "Thank you, Emily. You've bought us time, but they'll be back. They always come back, and now they're interested in you." The power came back on at 6:17 a.m. My replacement showed up at 7, shocked to find me and a highway patrol officer looking like we'd seen ghosts, which, in a way, maybe we had. Management later claimed it was carbon monoxide poisoning from a faulty heater. They brought in inspectors who found elevated levels and declared the case closed. Mendez went along with it, said the alternative would end his career. I don't blame him, but I know what happened. Every night since then, at exactly 3:17 a.m., the radio crackles with Eleanor's voice for just a moment. Sometimes she just says, "Thank you." Other times she warns that they've found new subjects after giving up on me. I requested a transfer to day shift, but management refused, said I was most valuable on nights. So I keep working, but now I've rigged up a permanent broadcast of 439 megahertz that I can trigger with one button. Every now and then, I see unnatural movement at the edges of the floodlights out in the desert, and I hit that button. I don't know if the Sandersons will ever be free. I don't know what those entities really are or what they want, but I know they're studying us, learning our fears, maybe preparing for something bigger. So if you're ever driving on Route 95 through Nevada and your car breaks down near Sandstone Junction, don't trust anyone who comes to help you unless you called them yourself. And if you see a little girl in a 70s dress asking for her parents, run. Just run. Story 6. I've been sitting on this story for months now, not sure if I should share it. Part of me wants to forget it ever happened, but another part needs to get this off my chest. I still get chills thinking about that night, and I'm not the type who scares easily. I grew up in Crestwood, a small coastal town where everyone knows everyone's business. It's a pretty normal place for the most part, except for one thing: the fog. Every evening, like clockwork, this thick blanket of mist rolls in from the ocean. It's not your regular fog either. It's dense, almost alive in a way, moving in weird patterns and sometimes even seeming to follow you. Us locals know better than to be out after dark when the fog comes. My grandma used to say, "Nothing good comes from walking in the Crestwood fog." As kids, we thought it was just old people being dramatic, but there have always been stories. People hearing whispers, seeing shapes that shouldn't be there, feeling watched. Last summer, I was back home from college, working at my dad's hardware store and hanging out with my old high school friends. There's Max, who I've known since kindergarten, always looking for adventure. Sophie, the smart one who overthinks everything. Clara, who's into all that spiritual stuff. And then there's me, Daniel. One night in July, we were at Joe's Diner, bored out of our minds. Max brought up the old lighthouse on Crestwood Point. "We should check it out tonight," he said between bites of his burger. The lighthouse has been abandoned for decades. It sits on this rocky cliff overlooking the bay, all weathered stone and rusted metal. Town legend says it's haunted by the victims of a shipwreck that happened back in the 1800s. Sophie immediately shot it down. "Are you insane? That place is probably structurally unsound. Plus, it's going to be foggy soon." "That's the point," Max grinned. "When else are we going to get a chance to see if the ghost stories are real?" I should have sided with Sophie, but something about the idea hooked me. Maybe it was the monotony of that summer, or maybe something else was pulling at me. Either way, I found myself saying, "I'm in." Clara's eyes lit up. "Me too. I've always wanted to go there." Sophie sighed, knowing she was outnumbered. "Fine. But if we die, I'm haunting all of you." We left Joe's around 8:30, grabbed some flashlights from my dad's store, and drove up to Crestwood Point in Max's Jeep. By the time we parked at the base of the cliff, the fog was already rolling in, curling around the trees and crawling up the narrow path to the lighthouse. "Still time to back out," Sophie muttered, but she was already following us up the trail. The path was steeper than it looked, with loose rocks that slid under our feet. The fog grew thicker with each step, until we could barely see 10 feet ahead. Our flashlight beams cut yellow tunnels through the mist, but somehow made everything more eerie instead of less. When we finally reached the lighthouse, it loomed over us like something from a nightmare, a tall, skeletal structure with peeling paint and broken windows. The heavy wooden door was hanging off its hinges, creaking in the wind. "Well, this isn't creepy at all," Sophie said, her voice tight. Max pushed the door open wider, and it groaned in protest. "Ladies first." "Screw you," Sophie punched his arm, but she was smiling a little. I went in first, sweeping my flashlight across the interior. The ground floor was one circular room with debris scattered everywhere, broken furniture, old newspapers, empty bottles. The air was heavy with the smell of salt water and decay. "Check this out," Clara called, pointing to the wall where someone had carved dozens of tiny ships. They looked old, the edges worn smooth by time. A narrow spiral staircase wound up through the center of the lighthouse. It didn't look particularly stable, with gaps where some steps were missing entirely. "Think it's safe?" I asked, tapping my foot on the first step. Max shrugged. "Only one way to find out." We started climbing, testing each step before putting our full weight on it. The higher we went, the worse the fog seemed to get, seeping through cracks in the walls. By the time we reached the lantern room at the top, it was swirling around our ankles like water. The lantern room was surprisingly intact, a glass-enclosed space with the huge old lens still in place, though it was dusty and cracked in spots. Beyond the glass, all we could see was white. The fog had completely enveloped the lighthouse. "Look at this," I said, spotting an old oil lamp on a small table. It was beautiful, made of brass with intricate designs etched into it. Next to it was a box of matches. I don't know what possessed me to do it. Maybe curiosity, maybe something else. I struck a match and lit the lamp. The flame caught immediately, burning with an unnaturally bright blue light that filled the room with shifting shadows. "Whoa," Max whispered. "That's not normal." Clara had wandered to the glass, pressing her hand against it as she peered into the fog. "Guys," she said, her voice strange. "Do you feel that?" "Feel what?" Sophie asked. "Like we're being watched." As soon as she said it, I felt it too, a heavy pressure, like dozens of eyes focused on us from the swirling white beyond the glass. Then the lamp went out. Not gradually, not with a flicker. 1 second it was burning bright, the next, darkness. Our flashlights seemed dimmer somehow, barely cutting through the sudden gloom, and that's when we heard it. Whispers, so faint at first I thought it was just the wind, but wind doesn't form words. "Did you hear that?" Sophie's voice had risen an octave. "Shh!" Max held up a hand. "Listen." We stood frozen, straining to hear. The whispers came again, clearer this time, filtering through the fog that was now somehow inside the room with us. "Stay. Don't leave." "Holy shit," I breathed. "We need to go. Now." No one argued. We scrambled toward the stairs, but the moment we reached the doorway, it slammed shut with a force that shook the entire lighthouse. Max grabbed the handle and pulled, but it wouldn't budge. "It's stuck," he grunted, throwing his shoulder against it. The whispers grew louder, surrounding us, pressing in from all sides. "Stay! Don't leave!" Sophie was hyperventilating. "This isn't happening. This can't be happening." Clara had gone completely still, her head tilted like she was listening intently. "They're not trying to hurt us," she said softly. "They're asking for help." Sure enough, the whispers were changing, becoming more desperate. "Help us. We're lost. Please, help us." I remembered the stories my grandpa used to tell about the lighthouse, how it used to guide ships safely to harbor, until one terrible night when the light went out during a storm, a ship called the Mercy crashed on the rocks below, with all hands lost. The lighthouse keeper was blamed for neglecting his duties and supposedly hung himself in shame. "I think," I said slowly, "these are the voices of the people who died in the shipwreck. They're trapped here in the fog." Clara nodded like this made perfect sense. "They can't find their way." "So what do we do?" Max asked, looking between us. Clara closed her eyes. "We should answer them." "Are you insane?" Sophie hissed, but something told me Clara was right. I took a deep breath and called out, "We hear you. How can we help?" The response was immediate. The whispers stopped, and the fog in the room swirled faster, condensing into a shape, a woman in old-fashioned clothes, her form translucent but unmistakably human. She had sad eyes and hair that floated around her face like she was underwater. Sophie screamed. Max cursed. I couldn't move. The woman's mouth opened, and when she spoke, It sounded like waves breaking on shore. Find us. Help us find peace. Clara stepped forward, fearless. How? Tell us how. The ghost woman raised her arm, pointing down toward the beach below the lighthouse. Then she dissolved back into fog. The door swung open. We looked at each other, terrified, but knowing we couldn't just leave now. We have to help them, Clara said. This is insane, Sophie whispered, but she didn't argue. We descended the spiral staircase much faster than we'd climbed it, occasionally stumbling in our haste. Outside, the fog was thicker than ever, but it seemed to part before us, creating a path down to the beach. The shore below the lighthouse was rocky and narrow, with waves crashing against the cliff face. Our flashlights caught something half buried in the wet sand, something metal. Max knelt down and started digging with his hands. We joined him, scraping away sand until we uncovered a ship's bell, green with corrosion, but still intact. It was massive, probably weighing 100 pounds, with Mercy engraved on its side. This is from the shipwreck, I said, running my fingers over the letters. The whispers returned, urgent now. Ring it, set us free. I looked at my friends. Clara nodded encouragingly. Max shrugged, a why not gesture. Sophie looked terrified, but gave a small nod. Together, we managed to lift the bell upright. It was heavy as hell, and we were all shaking from adrenaline and fear. I found a piece of driftwood and held it hesitantly. Here goes nothing, I muttered, and struck the bell. The sound that rang out wasn't what I expected. It was clear and pure, cutting through the fog like a knife. The bell began to glow with an inner light that grew brighter and brighter until we had to shield our eyes. The fog around us started to churn violently. Through squinted eyes, I could see shapes forming, dozens of people, men and women in old clothing, their faces becoming clear for just a moment before they dissolved into points of light that floated upward. The ghost woman from the lighthouse appeared again, more solid than before. She smiled at us, a real smile that transformed her sad face. "Thank you," she said, and her voice was human now. "We can rest." Then she too became light, rising up to join the others. The glow intensified until it was blinding, and I closed my eyes completely. When I opened them again, the fog was gone. The night was clear, with stars visible overhead, and something else was different. The lighthouse was shining. Somehow, the old lantern had reactivated, sending a powerful beam across the water. We stood there in shock, staring up at it. "Did that just happen?" Sophie asked in a small voice. No one answered. We didn't need to. We all knew what we'd seen. We made our way back to Max's jeep in silence, occasionally glancing back at the lighthouse still beaming brightly behind us. The next day, the whole town was buzzing about the lighthouse. For the first time in decades, its light had been seen from shore. When authorities went to investigate, they found the old mechanism somehow operational again, though no one could explain how. They also found the ship's bell. It was cleaned up and put in the town museum, along with a plaque telling the story of the Mercy and its unfortunate passengers. That was 2 months ago. The lighthouse keeps shining every night now, and the fog that rolls in seems different. Just regular fog, not the heavy whispering kind that used to terrify everyone. Sometimes I wake up at night thinking I can hear those whispers again, but it's probably just my imagination. At least, that's what I tell myself. But I know what we did that night. We helped those lost souls find peace. And whenever I see that lighthouse beam cutting through the darkness, I remember. Story 7. I've been driving trucks for 23 years, cross-country, local routes, dangerous mountain passes, you name it, I've done it. When you spend that much time on the road, you hear stories. Ghost hitchhikers, phantom vehicles, stretches of highway where radio signals die and GPS goes haywire. I always laughed them off. Truckers get bored and scary stories pass the time. That was before last Thursday on Road 52. For those who don't know, Road 52 is this narrow 2-lane highway cutting through Montana's backcountry. It's a shortcut that shaves about 3 hours off the northern route, but most commercial drivers avoid it. The road's poorly maintained has these sharp blind turns and stretches for almost 100 miles with no services. Cell reception is spotty at best. I'd taken it maybe 5 or 6 times before when I was behind schedule. Nothing ever happened except the occasional deer jumping out or battling heavy snow in winter. The locals have all these stories about disappearances and strange lights, but I figured it was just small-town folklore to keep tourists entertained. My dispatch called around 4 in the afternoon. The delivery I was hauling needed to reach Billings by 8 the next morning, and I was running behind after getting stuck at a way station for 3 hours. Taking Road 52 was the only way to make it on time. I remember checking my watch as I turned onto the highway. 6:13 p.m. The sun was already setting behind the mountains. My rig's headlights cut through the growing darkness as I settled in for the long stretch. The first 30 miles were uneventful. Just me, the rumble of my engine, and some old Zeppelin cassettes I keep in the glove box. Around 7:30, the temperature dropped suddenly. My truck's thermometer showed it falling from 52 degrees to 38 in less than 10 minutes. I cranked the heat and kept driving. The road narrowed as it curved between 2 steep hillsides, and that's when the radio started acting up. Static cut through the music, then the signal died completely. I wasn't worried yet. Radio dead zones are common in remote areas. I switched it off and drove in silence, focusing on the road ahead. That's when I noticed something off to my right, a faint flickering light about a quarter-mile off the highway. At first, I thought it might be a campfire, maybe some hunters or hikers. As I got closer, I could make out what looked like an old barn. It was this weather-beaten wooden structure, listing slightly to one side like it might collapse any minute. The light was coming from inside, visible through gaps in the wooden slats. I should have kept driving. I know that now, but I'd been on the road for 14 hours and I was curious. Plus, I needed to stretch my legs and take a bathroom break anyway. I pulled onto the shoulder, grabbed my flashlight from the center console and stepped out into the cold night air. The moment my boots hit the gravel, I felt something was wrong. The air was completely still. No wind, no insects buzzing, no distant sounds of animals. Just absolute silence except for the ticking of my engine as it cooled. I remember thinking it was strange, but blamed it on the weather. The walk to the barn took about 5 minutes, following an overgrown dirt path. As I got closer, the light inside grew steadier, not flickering like a fire anymore, but constant like an electric lamp. The barn door was partially open, hanging crookedly from rusted hinges. I called out, "Hello? Anybody there?" My voice sounded flat, like the air was swallowing the sound. No echo, no carrying, just dead air. When nobody answered, I pushed the door open wider. The hinges groaned, and I shined my flashlight inside. The beam revealed dusty farm equipment, rotted hay bales, and what looked like old furniture piled in the corners. The light I'd seen was coming from an old-fashioned oil lamp sitting on a small wooden table in the center of the barn, and beside it sat a woman in a white dress. She was just sitting there, hands folded in her lap, staring at the flame. I nearly jumped out of my skin. She didn't react to my flashlight or the door opening, just kept staring at that lamp. "Mom, are you okay?" I asked, keeping my distance. "Your light's visible from the highway. Do you need help?" She finally looked up at me. Her face was pale, almost translucent in the lamplight. Mid-30s maybe, with long dark hair and these intense eyes that seemed to look right through me. "I'm waiting for my husband," she said, her voice soft but clear. "He went to get help when our car broke down. That was a while ago." She smiled slightly. "Would you mind staying with me until he returns? It's lonely out here." Every instinct I had was screaming at me to leave. The woman seemed off somehow, too calm for someone stranded in an abandoned barn in the middle of nowhere. No car in sight, no bags or belongings, just her, that dress, and the lamp. "Mom, there's no broken-down car outside. How long have you been waiting?" I asked, already backing toward the door. "Oh, time is strange out here. It feels like forever sometimes." She stood up, and I swear the temperature dropped another 10 degrees. Please don't leave yet, I've been so alone. That's when I noticed her feet. She wasn't wearing shoes despite the cold dirt floor, and there were no footprints in the dust around her chair. None, like she'd materialized in that spot. I mumbled something about getting help and practically ran back to my truck. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see her following me, but the path behind me stayed empty. When I reached my truck, I jumped in, locked the doors, and started the engine. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the steering wheel. As I pulled back onto the highway, I flipped on the radio, desperate for some human voices to break the silence. To my surprise, it worked. A news broadcast came through clearly. "Marks the fifth unexplained incident on Road 52 this year," the announcer was saying. Local authorities continue to investigate the disappearance of a couple last seen at a gas station in Denton before they traveled the highway on October 12th. Their vehicle was found abandoned near mile marker 73 with no signs of the occupants. I checked my odometer. I was approaching mile marker 71, the reporter continued. This adds to the local legends surrounding what some call the haunted highway. Particularly persistent are stories of a woman seen near an abandoned barn, said to be waiting for her husband who never returned after their vehicle broke down in 1974. I nearly drove off the road. 1974, almost 50 years ago. Witnesses claim the woman appears in a white dress and asks travelers to wait with her. Those who agree are never seen again. I switched off the radio, my mouth dry as cotton. The speedometer crept up as I pressed harder on the accelerator, desperate to put distance between me and that barn. The darkness outside seemed thicker somehow, pressing against my windows like a living thing. That's when my headlights caught something in the road ahead, a figure standing in my lane, arms waving frantically. I slammed on the brakes, the truck skidding slightly on the asphalt. When the vehicle stopped, I could see it was another woman, this one dressed in modern clothing, jeans, a green jacket, looking very real and very panicked. Every horror movie I'd ever seen flashed through my mind. Don't stop, don't let her in. But she looked so normal, so genuinely terrified. What if she was real? What if she needed help? I cracked my window just an inch. "Are you okay?" "Please," she gasped. "You have to help me." My car went off the road a mile back. Something was chasing me. Against every instinct, I unlocked the passenger door. She climbed in, bringing the smell of pine and cold night air with her. Up close, she looked about 25, with short blonde hair and a small cut on her forehead. "Thank you," she breathed, hugging herself. I thought no one would come. I handed her a bottle of water from my console and put the truck in gear. "What happened to your car?" I swerved to avoid something in the road, some kind of animal, I thought. But then she trailed off, looking over her shoulder through the back window. "Oh God, they're following us." I checked my mirrors, but saw nothing except darkness. "Who's following us?" "Look harder," she whispered, at the shadows behind the truck. I glanced in the mirror again, and this time I saw them. What I'd taken for darkness was moving, swirling like smoke, but more substantial. The shapes were flowing along the road behind us, gaining on the truck. As I watched, horrified, they began to take form. Vaguely human figures cloaked in blackness, reaching forward with elongated arms. "What the hell are those things?" I shouted, pushing the truck faster. "The spirits of Road 52, she said, her voice eerily calm now. "They're why people disappear. They're why I'm here." Before I could process what she meant, the truck's engine sputtered. The dashboard lights flickered, and the vehicle began to slow despite my foot being firmly on the gas. The temperature inside plummeted, my breath coming out in visible puffs of vapor. "They don't like machines," she said. "They'll stop your truck completely soon." The shapes in my mirror were closer now, their outlines more defined. I could make out features in the darkness, hollow eyes, gaping mouths, fingers like twisted branches reaching for the back of my truck. The engine died completely, and we rolled to a stop in the middle of the highway. I tried the ignition, but nothing happened, not even a click. It was like the battery had been removed. "We need to run," the woman said, already opening her door. "Into the trees. It's our only chance." I grabbed my flashlight and phone and followed her out of the truck. The night air hit me like a wall of ice, stealing my breath. The woman was already running toward the tree line about 50 yards from the road. I sprinted after her, too afraid to look back at what I knew was following. The forest was pitch black, the trees blocking what little moonlight filtered through the clouds. My flashlight beam bounced wildly as I ran, barely illuminating the ground ahead. Branches whipped at my face, and I tripped several times over exposed roots and rocks. "This way," the woman called from somewhere ahead. I followed her voice, desperate not to lose her in the darkness. After what felt like hours but was probably only 15 minutes of running, I broke through the trees into a small clearing, and there, standing in the center, was the same dilapidated barn. "No," I gasped, stopping short. "This is miles from where we were. We ran in the opposite direction." The woman stood by the barn door, her expression unreadable in the darkness. "It's the only safe place," she said. "They can't enter unless invited. Come inside." Every cell in my body was screaming at me to run, but I could hear rustling in the trees behind me. The shadows were coming, and I was exhausted, lost, with nowhere else to go. I followed her inside. The barn looked exactly as it had before. The rotting hay, the old farm equipment, the table with the oil lamp, but the woman in the white dress was gone. "You see," said the woman who'd been in my truck, her voice changing, becoming hollow. "We need new companions. It gets so lonely here." I turned to face her, and in the lamplight, I watched her transform. Her modern clothing melted away, replaced by a long white dress. Her blonde hair darkened and grew, flowing past her shoulders. Her eyes sank deeper into her face, glowing faintly in the dim light. "You'll never leave," she whispered, but her lips didn't move. The sound seemed to come from everywhere at once. From the shadows of the barn, other figures emerged, men and women of different ages, all with the same hollow eyes and pale skin. Some wore clothing from decades past, others in more modern attire. All had the same vacant expression, the same slight smile. "Welcome to Road 52, they said in unison. "You're home now." I backed against the wall, searching desperately for an escape. But the barn door had vanished, replaced by solid wooden planks. The windows were gone too, just seamless walls surrounding me. The spirits closed in, their cold hands reaching for me. The last thing I remember is their touch, like ice burning into my skin, and a feeling of being pulled into endless darkness. I don't know how I'm able to write this. I don't know where I am. Sometimes I'm in the barn, sometimes I'm on the road, sometimes I'm nowhere at all. But I know I'm not alive anymore, not in the way I used to be. If you're reading this, stay away from Road 52. If you see a light in an old barn, keep driving. If you see someone waving you down on that dark highway, don't stop. And if you hear a scratching at your window while driving that lonely stretch at night, don't look. It might be me or someone like me trying to find a way out of this endless darkness. We're all still here, waiting. Story 8. I still get goosebumps talking about this, even years later. It happened during my deployment at Misawa Air Base in Japan. I was an Air Force C-2 controller at the time, already 5 years into my 10-year service, and I thought I'd seen everything. Man, was I wrong. I remember the day I got my housing assignment like it was yesterday. The housing officer handed me a folder with my room key and assignment slip. I glanced down and saw Building 666, Room 213. I didn't think much of it at the time, just another military dorm with an unfortunate number. Some of the guys made jokes about it, but I brushed them off. I've never been superstitious. The building itself looked like any other concrete military structure. 3 stories, plain beige walls, nothing special. My room was on the 2nd floor, facing the east side of the base. Standard issue everything. Twin bed, metal desk, small bathroom, and a window that never seemed to fully close right. The first night I slept there, I noticed how quiet it was, almost unnaturally quiet, like the building was somehow isolated from the rest of the base, despite being right in the middle of everything. The first week was uneventful. I settled into my routine, wake up at 5, PT, shifts in the control tower, then back to my room. But then came that first night. I'd been asleep for maybe 3 hours when I suddenly woke up, completely paralyzed. I could see my room clearly in the dim light from outside, could hear the hum of the air conditioner, but couldn't move a muscle, not even my pinky finger. And then came the weight, this crushing pressure on my chest like someone was sitting on me. I tried to scream but couldn't make a sound. The worst part was the feeling that I wasn't alone. I couldn't see anyone, but I just knew something was in the room with me, watching me struggle. After what felt like forever but was probably only a minute or two, I could move again. I sat up gasping, covered in sweat, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. I chalked it up to stress and jet lag, but it happened again the next night, and the night after that, always the same, waking up paralyzed with that horrible weight on my chest and that feeling of being watched. I started dreading going to bed. About a month in, we got a new batch of airmen assigned to our base. 3 of them were placed in my building, a guy named David Fletcher on my floor and 2 others on the 3rd floor. I met David at the commissary one day and we got to talking. He seemed like a decent guy, kind of quiet, kept to himself mostly. He mentioned he wasn't sleeping well, and something in his tone made me ask why. "Man, I don't even want to say it out loud," he said, looking around like someone might be listening. "You'll think I'm nuts." I told him about my sleep paralysis episodes, and his face went white. He'd been experiencing the exact same thing, waking up paralyzed, feeling a presence in his room. The other 2 new guys had mentioned similar experiences to him. That's when I started asking around more discreetly and found out at least 8 other people in our building had experienced the same thing. Things escalated quickly after that conversation. One night, around 2 in the morning, there was a pounding on my door. I opened it to find David standing there, pale and shaking, still in his PT clothes. "I can't stay in that room anymore," he said, his voice cracking. "I saw something, Marcus. Something was in there with me." I let him crash on my floor that night. He wouldn't say exactly what he saw, just kept shaking his head and muttering, "It's not right, man. It's not fucking right." David was no pushover either. He was a former college football player, 6'2" and built like a tank. Seeing him that terrified shook me. After that, the nightmares got worse. I'd see shadowy figures at the edges of my vision during the day. I'd hear whispering when nobody was around. The sleep paralysis episodes became more frequent and more intense. Sometimes I'd feel like I was being dragged off my bed by my ankles. Other times I'd feel hot breath on my face but couldn't open my eyes to see what was there. Then came the dream that changed everything. I remember it so vividly it's hard to believe it wasn't real. I was in this massive mansion, everything dripping with luxury, marble floors, crystal chandeliers, the works, beautiful women everywhere, drinks flowing, music playing. I felt powerful, important. Then a voice spoke directly into my ear, "All this can be yours if 666. I woke up immediately into the worst sleep paralysis episode I'd ever experienced. My eyes were closed, I was too terrified to open them, but somehow I could still see my room. And there, at the foot of my bed, was a tall black shadow. Not just darkness, but a solid shadow, taller than any person should be. It had these writhing, convulsing, tentacle-like appendages coming off it, moving in ways that defied physics. The shadow leaned over me, and I could feel its cold presence inches from my face. "I'll get you next time," it whispered, in a voice that sounded like multiple voices speaking at once. Then, just like that, I could move again. I jumped out of bed, turned on every light in my room, and sat in the corner until morning, afraid to even blink. The next day, I went to see the base chaplain, Father Morales. I wasn't religious, but I was desperate. I told him everything, expecting him to think I was having some kind of breakdown. Instead, he nodded gravely and said, "You're not the first person from that building to come see me." Turns out, Father Morales had been collecting reports of similar experiences from Building 666 residents for years: sleep paralysis, nightmares, shadowy figures, whispered voices, all the same things I'd been experiencing. He showed me a folder full of statements going back almost to when the building was first numbered. The similarities were undeniable. "There's something wrong with that place," he said. "Something that shouldn't be there." While we were talking, his phone rang. The chaplain's face fell as he listened. When he hung up, he looked at me with this grim expression. "Airman Collins from the 3rd floor just committed suicide. Found him hanging in his shower." Collins was one of the new guys who had reported experiences similar to mine. I hadn't known him well, but the news hit me like a punch to the gut. That's when I knew this wasn't just sleep paralysis or stress or an overactive imagination. This was something real, something dangerous. Father Morales had been pushing to have the building number changed for years, but the bureaucracy had always gotten in the way. Collins's death changed that. Within 2 weeks, Building 666 was officially redesignated as Building 660. They literally took down the old numbers and put up new ones in a small ceremony that Father Morales insisted on conducting personally. The crazy thing? After the number change, the incidents dropped dramatically. Not completely. There were still occasional reports of strange experiences, but nothing like before. It was like whatever had been there lost some of its power when the number changed. I requested a housing transfer as soon as possible and got moved to another dorm across the base 3 weeks later. I never experienced sleep paralysis again after moving out, not once in all the years since. And here's the thing that still messes with me. Before living in Building 666, I'd had maybe 2 or 3 sleep paralysis episodes in my entire life, then dozens while living there and none after leaving. How do you explain that? David Fletcher got transferred too, but the experience changed him. Last I heard, he'd left the Air Force after his initial commitment was up. Can't say I blame him. I've tried to rationalize what happened over the years. Maybe it was some kind of mass hysteria or something environmental in the building causing hallucinations, but that doesn't explain everything I felt and saw. It doesn't explain how the experiences stopped completely after I moved out, or how changing the building number seemed to make a difference. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, heart racing, convinced I'm back in that room with that shadow standing over me. I have to turn on the lights and check every corner of my bedroom before I can calm down. My wife thinks I have PTSD from my service, and maybe that's part of it, but she wasn't there. She didn't feel what I felt in that building. I don't know what was in Building 666. I don't want to know. All I know is that there are things in this world that we don't understand, things that exist in the spaces between what we can explain, and sometimes those things find us when we're at our most vulnerable, alone, in the dark, asleep and defenseless. Whatever it was, it's still there at Misawa, waiting in Building 660 sometimes. On bad nights, I still hear that whisper, "I'll get you next time." Story 9. I've been putting off writing this for weeks now. I'm not even sure if sharing this is a good idea, but I need to get it out of my system. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it. I'm from a reservation about 3 hours north of the city. I've been living with my mom in the city for school since I was 14, but I still go back home on weekends sometimes to see my dad and hang out with my old friends. That weekend started like any other visit home. I was excited to see everyone because Melissa was throwing a party at her family's cottage in the woods. When I got to my dad's place Friday afternoon, something felt off right away. Dad and my cousin Jeremy were sitting at the kitchen table with a half-empty bottle of whiskey between them. They both work as tribal police officers, and they looked completely drained. Dad barely smiled when he saw me, which was weird because he's usually super happy when I visit. "Hey Nadia," he said, giving me a quick hug. "How was the drive?" I told him it was fine and asked what was going on. They exchanged this look that made my stomach drop. "Just a long week," Jeremy said, but I could tell there was more to it. I grabbed a soda from the fridge and mentioned the party at Melissa's cottage. My dad's face changed immediately. He glanced at Jeremy again, and Jeremy nodded slightly like they were having some silent conversation. "Maybe you should stay in tonight," Dad said, which was unusual. He's pretty chill about letting me hang out with my friends when I'm home. "What's going on?" I asked, sitting down with them. "You guys are acting weird." Dad sighed and rubbed his face. "We've been dealing with some strange calls this week." Jeremy leaned forward. "It started with old Mrs. Begay on Monday night. She called in, totally freaked out about someone knocking on all her windows at the same time." "All of them?" I asked. "How is that even possible?" "That's the thing," my dad said. "It's not. We checked around her house 3 separate times that night. There were no footprints in the mud around her place, no sign anyone had been there at all." Jeremy nodded. "We thought maybe she was just hearing things, you know. She's getting up there in age." But then on Tuesday, the Thompsons called with the same complaint, and then the Bennetts on Wednesday. My dad looked at me with this serious expression I rarely see outside of his work. "And now people are saying they're seeing something out there." A chill went down my spine. "Seeing what?" Jeremy took a long drink. "A figure, like a shadow person, but not quite. They all described the same thing. Tall, completely black, with these reflective yellow eyes. And teeth. Everyone mentions the teeth. Sharp teeth," my dad added, "like needles, and it smiles at people." I laughed nervously, thinking they might be messing with me. "Come on, seriously?" "Mike Littlefeather saw it Wednesday night," Jeremy continued. "He was smoking on his porch and saw it knocking on his neighbor's windows. Said it moved around the house faster than anything should be able to move, then just stood at the tree line smiling at him." Dad nodded. "Sarah White Eagle was taking out her trash last night and saw yellow eyes watching her from the trees. Said they were about 5 feet off the ground. And the Clarks were driving home last night when they saw it standing in the middle of the road," Jeremy added. "Just standing there, staring at their headlights with that smile. They had to slow down to pass it. Said it just turned its head to watch them as they drove by." I felt goosebumps rising on my arms. My dad and Jeremy aren't the type to make up stories or get spooked easily. They deal with drunk drivers and domestic disputes, not whatever this was. "So you don't want me going to the party because of some, what, spirit?" I asked. Dad sighed. "Just be careful if you go. Don't disrespect anything out there, and stay together with your friends." I promised I would, but honestly I was more curious than scared at that point. I thought maybe they were exaggerating or people were just freaking each other out with stories. I should have listened to them. The party started off normal enough. Melissa's cottage is pretty isolated, about 20 minutes down a dirt road surrounded by dense forest. There were about 15 of us there, mostly people I grew up with. We were drinking, playing music, having a good time. It didn't take long before someone brought up the weird stuff happening around the res. Tyler, who was already pretty drunk, started telling everyone about his uncle seeing the shadow thing near the creek. "My grandma says it's not something we should be talking about," Lisa said quietly. "She says giving it attention makes it stronger." Tyler laughed. "That's just old people superstition. If this thing is real, I want to see it." A few others joined in, trying to one-up each other with how they'd react if they saw it. Some of the guys were getting rowdy, yelling challenges into the darkness outside. "Hey, shadow freak, come knock on our windows if you're so scary." I remembered what my dad said about being respectful and tried to get them to stop. "Guys, this isn't funny. We shouldn't be messing around with this stuff." "Oh, come on, Nadia," Tyler slurred. "You've been living in the city too long. Forgotten all our stories." I hadn't forgotten. I'd grown up hearing our traditional teachings about respecting the spirit world, about how certain entities feed on fear and attention, about how some doors, once opened, are hard to close. Cassie started crying in the kitchen, upset about the guy's behavior, so I went to comfort her. That's when I noticed the rocking chair on the porch was moving. There was no wind that night. The air was completely still. I remembered what the elders always taught us. If you see something unnatural, Don't acknowledge it. Don't look directly at it. Don't give it your energy. So I focused on Cassie, keeping my back to the window. Then I heard Melissa scream. "It's out there," she shrieked, pointing at the porch. "It's sitting in the rocking chair." Everyone rushed to the windows. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't help myself. The rocking chair was still moving, but I didn't see anything sitting in it. Others clearly did, though. "Do you see its teeth?" Lisa whispered, her face pale. "It's smiling at us." Jason, who had been outside smoking, burst through the door, breathing hard. "Get away from the windows," he said, his voice shaking. "Everyone get in the living room, now." He locked the door behind him and started closing all the blinds. "What did you see?" Tyler asked, suddenly sober. "I don't want to talk about it," Jason said, "but we need to leave, all of us, together." We started cleaning up, everyone moving quickly and quietly. That's when the knocking started. It wasn't just on one window, it was on all of them simultaneously. The bathroom window, the bedroom windows, the sunroom windows on the opposite side of the cottage. There was no way a single person could be knocking on all of them at once. Lisa started praying in our language. Cassie was sobbing. Even Tyler looked terrified. "Everyone to the cars," Jason said. "Stay together. Don't look back." We grabbed our things and hurried outside in a tight group. The knocking had stopped, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. We piled into 3 vehicles. I was in Tyler's truck with 4 others. As we pulled away, our headlights swept across the tree line. That's when I saw it. It was exactly as my dad and Jeremy had described. A tall, impossibly thin shadow figure standing between 2 pines. Its body seemed to absorb the light around it, darker than the night itself, but its eyes reflected our headlights like a cat's, 2 glowing yellow orbs, and below them a wide smile full of needle-like teeth. No one said a word as we drove away. We were almost back to the main road when Melissa gasped, "The cottage! I forgot to lock up." Her parents would kill her if she left it open all night. Jason volunteered to go back. We waited at the intersection of the dirt road and the highway, engine running. He took Melissa's keys and drove back in his car. It felt like hours, but it was probably only 15 minutes before Jason's car came speeding back down the road. He looked even worse than before, his hands shaking so badly he could barely give Melissa her keys back. "It was inside," he whispered, "standing in the living room, just standing there." For the next few days, the sightings continued throughout the reservation. My dad said they were getting calls every night about the knocking, about the figure in windows and doorways. Then, about a week later, the calls started decreasing. Instead, communities further north began reporting similar incidents. It was like it was moving on. The elders held a ceremony after that. They didn't say much about what happened, but my grandmother told me this wasn't the first time something like this had appeared. She said when people perform ceremonies they shouldn't or call upon spirits without proper guidance, they sometimes open doorways that should remain closed. I'm back in the city now, but I can't stop thinking about what I saw, about those yellow eyes and that terrible smile. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear knocking on my window, even though I'm on the 4th floor of my apartment building. I still don't know what it was or why it appeared in our community. All I know is that when the elders warn us about respecting the spirit world, they have their reasons. I should have listened to my dad. We all should have shown more respect. Some doors, once opened, are nearly impossible to close. Story 10. I still can't sleep through the night. It's been 3 months since Matt and I got back from what was supposed to be the perfect honeymoon, and I jump at every sound. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks, but I need to get it out. Maybe someone has experienced something similar or can explain what happened to us. We got married last October, a small ceremony with just close friends and family. We'd been saving for a honeymoon somewhere special but not crazy expensive. Matt found this gorgeous cabin in Vermont on one of those vacation rental sites. The photos looked absolutely perfect. Rustic wooden walls, huge stone fireplace, and this amazing hot tub on the deck overlooking a valley that in the pictures was shrouded in this beautiful morning mist. The reviews were stellar, talking about how peaceful and romantic it was. The hosts, Mark and Janet, had a near-perfect rating. We booked it for 10 days in late October, thinking we'd catch the tail end of the fall colors. The drive up from Boston took about 4 hours. The last 45 minutes were on these increasingly narrow roads winding through dense forest. I remember joking with Matt that we'd better not need anything from the store because it would be a trek to get back to civilization. The GPS took us down this unmarked dirt road for the final stretch. I was starting to get nervous. We were lost when we rounded a bend, and there it was, exactly like the photos. 2 stories of dark wood and large windows, completely isolated with nothing but forest surrounding it. The deck wrapped around 3 sides, and yes, there was the hot tub overlooking the valley, which was blanketed in thick fog just like in the pictures. Inside, everything was even better than we'd hoped. Polished hardwood floors, thick rugs, comfortable furniture that looked vintage but well maintained. The kitchen was fully stocked with everything we could need. There was even a welcome basket with local maple syrup, apple cider, and some homemade bread with a note from Mark and Janet welcoming us and saying they were just a phone call away if we needed anything. That first evening was perfect. We unpacked, opened some wine, and I made pasta while Matt got the fireplace going. We ate dinner in front of the fire, then soaked in the hot tub under the stars. I remember feeling so happy, watching the steam rise around us while the forest was completely silent, except for the occasional hoot of an owl. That night, we slept like rocks in the massive king bed upstairs in the loft. But when I woke up the next morning, I had this weird feeling. Not scared yet, just uneasy. Like when you think someone's staring at you, but when you turn around, no one's there. I brushed it off. New place, unfamiliar sounds, that sort of thing. Over breakfast, Matt mentioned he'd heard some strange noises during the night. Like humming, he said. Really faint, almost like someone was humming a tune outside. I hadn't heard anything, but something about the way he described it made my skin prickle. Still, the sun was shining, and we had plans to hike to a nearby waterfall, so we didn't dwell on it. The hike was beautiful, though the trail was more overgrown than the guidebook suggested. We got back to the cabin around 4, just as the sun was starting to dip behind the mountains. That's when I first heard it. The humming. So faint, I wasn't even sure if I was imagining it. A slow, melodic tune that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Do you hear that?" I asked Matt. He nodded, looking around. "That's what I heard last night. Weird, right? Maybe it's just the wind through the trees or something." But there was no wind. The forest was dead still. We went inside and the humming stopped, so we tried to forget about it. We made dinner, watched a movie on Matt's laptop, and went to bed early, tired from the hike. The 3rd day, it rained. We stayed in, reading and playing cards. The rain created a cozy atmosphere, drumming on the roof, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The cabin felt different somehow. Colder, maybe, more, I don't know. Watchful? That sounds crazy, but it's the only way I can describe it. That night, the humming returned, louder than before. It woke me around 2 in the morning. Matt heard it too this time. It sounded like it was coming from right outside our bedroom window. Matt got up to look, but there was nothing there, just darkness and rain. "Maybe it's some kind of local bird," he suggested, but his voice was tight. Neither of us believed that. On the 4th day, things got worse. The humming was almost constant now, like background music you couldn't quite tune out. And the shadows in the cabin, they seemed wrong. Too dark, too long, lingering even when the light changed. I kept seeing movement out of the corner of my eye, but whenever I turned to look, nothing was there. Matt was trying to stay positive, but I could tell he was freaked out too. "Let's go into town today," he suggested. "Get some fresh air, maybe have lunch at that little diner we passed on the way in." The drive helped. Being away from the cabin lifted this weight I hadn't even realized was pressing down on me. We spent hours in the small town, browsing shops, talking to locals. No one mentioned anything strange about the area or the cabin. We even casually asked an older waitress if she knew Mark and Janet, the owners. She just shook her head. "Not many folks live out that way," she said. "Too isolated for most." When we got back to the cabin late that afternoon, everything seemed normal again. No humming, no strange shadows. We made dinner, opened another bottle of wine, and tried to laugh off our uneasiness. We even got in the hot tub, but it wasn't as relaxing as that first night. I kept staring into the dark forest, feeling like something was staring back. That night, our fifth night, was when everything went to hell. I woke up around 3 in the morning to the humming, but this time, it wasn't outside. It was inside the cabin. I shook Matt awake, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Someone's downstairs," I whispered. Matt grabbed his phone for a flashlight and a heavy bronze bookend from the nightstand as a makeshift weapon. "Stay here," he told me. "No way," I hissed, following him to the stairs. The humming was clearer now, a slow, mournful tune that made my skin crawl. It seemed to be coming from the porch. Matt flipped on the porch light and peered through the window next to the front door. "There's nothing there," he said, but his voice shook. He unlocked the door, and the humming stopped abruptly. When he opened the door, the porch was empty, but there, sitting right in the middle of the welcome mat, was a harmonica, old and rusted, with what looked like symbols or letters etched into the metal. Matt picked it up, turning it over in his hands. "This wasn't here before," he said. "Put it down," I said, suddenly terrified of the thing. "Please, Matt, put it down and come back inside." He placed it on the porch railing and we locked the door. Neither of us slept the rest of the night. We sat on the couch, lights on, jumping at every creak and groan of the cabin. In the gray light of dawn, Matt went back to check the porch. The harmonica was gone. That was it for me. "We need to leave," I said, already heading upstairs to pack. Matt didn't argue. As we packed, the air in the cabin grew cold. Not just cool, but bone-chillingly cold. I could see my breath. And the humming started again, louder than ever, seeming to come from inside the walls themselves. The lights began to flicker, and shadows stretched across the floor, moving against the light. I was throwing clothes into our suitcase when I heard Matt swear loudly from the bathroom. "Sarah, we need to go now," he shouted. I ran to the bathroom to find him staring at the mirror. Written in what looked like condensation were the words, "Stay with us." We grabbed what we could and ran downstairs. The humming had become so loud it was almost deafening, a discordant melody that made my head pound. The front door was wide open even though we'd locked it, and sitting on the welcome mat was the harmonica again. Matt kicked it aside and we sprinted to our car. As I fumbled with the keys, I looked back at the cabin. The shadows on the porch were moving, stretching, forming tall, humanoid shapes. And between the trees around the cabin, I swear I saw figures darting back and forth, too quick and too tall to be human. The engine roared to life, and Matt floored it, the tires spitting gravel as we tore down the driveway. In the rearview mirror, I saw them, 3 tall silhouettes standing on the porch watching us go, and the humming followed us, fading only when we hit the main road 20 minutes later. We drove straight home, stopping only for gas. Neither of us spoke much. What was there to say? We'd just experienced something impossible. Once we were safely home, I started researching the cabin. I found nothing about Mark and Janet. The listing had been removed from the rental site, but I did find something else, a local history book that mentioned the area. It talked about a man named Elias Crow who lived in a cabin in those woods in the 1800s. He was supposedly part of some kind of cult that worshipped entities they believed lived in the forest. The book mentioned that Crow was known to play a harmonica, using the music to lure travelers to the cabin. The book didn't specify what happened to those travelers, but it did say that after several disappearances, locals burned Crow's cabin to the ground with him inside. According to the legend, you can still hear his harmonica playing in those woods on quiet nights. I've tried to convince myself it was just stress, or maybe someone playing a cruel prank. but I know what we experienced was real. Sometimes I still hear that humming in my dreams, and I wake up in a cold sweat, feeling like something followed us home. Matt and I have agreed never to return to Vermont. We don't talk about it much, but I catch him staring out windows sometimes, listening. And last week, while cleaning out the car, I found something wedged under the passenger seat, a small, rusted piece of metal that might once have been part of a harmonica. I threw it away immediately, but the next morning it was on our bedside table. I don't know what to do. I don't know what they want, but I know they're not done with us. Story 11. I haven't told anyone about this. Not my family, not my friends, not even my therapist. I'm still trying to process what happened 3 weeks ago, and I'm not sure anyone would believe me anyway, but I need to get this off my chest, so I'm posting it here anonymously. I was driving from Los Angeles to Denver for a job interview. My sister had moved there last year, and she'd been telling me about this amazing opportunity at her company. After getting laid off from my marketing job in LA, I was desperate for a fresh start. It was supposed to be a simple 2-day drive. I'd done road trips before, so I wasn't worried. I packed some snacks, made a playlist, and hit the road early on a Tuesday morning. The first few hours were uneventful. Just me, the open road, and the desert landscape stretching out in all directions. Around 4 in the afternoon, I was somewhere in eastern Nevada when my radio started acting weird. I'd been listening to my playlist through Bluetooth, but suddenly it cut out and switched to the radio. Static filled the car for a few seconds, then a voice broke through. "Welcome to Echo Hollow, where everyone finds their voice." The voice was so clear it startled me. It had this weird quality to it, almost too perfect, like those AI voices, but somehow more unsettling. Then a jingle played, something about harmony in our community that was way too cheerful. I tried changing the station, but every frequency was broadcasting the same thing, information about Echo Hollow's annual Homecoming Festival. According to the broadcast, it was happening that very day. The voice described food stands, games, and something called the Grand Chorus at sunset. I would have ignored it completely, but about 15 minutes later, I saw a billboard on the side of the highway. It was weathered and faded like it had been there for decades, but still readable. Echo Hollow, next exit, where everyone finds their voice. Something about it gave me the creeps, but I was also curious. I'd never heard of Echo Hollow before, and it wasn't on my route according to Google Maps. I checked my phone, but the town didn't show up at all. Not on Maps, not on Apple Maps, nothing. The radio was still playing that broadcast, though, crystal clear now. I know this is the part where everyone reading this is screaming, "Don't do it." And looking back, I wish I'd listened to that little voice in my head saying the same thing. But I convinced myself it would be a quick detour, maybe grab some food, stretch my legs, then get back on the road, so I took the exit. The road narrowed immediately, winding through some hills. My phone signal dropped to nothing, which wasn't that unusual for remote areas. After about 10 minutes of driving, the landscape opened up into a valley, and there it was, Echo Hollow. From a distance, it looked perfect, like one of those model train-set towns. It had a classic main street with shops, a town square with a gazebo, and neat rows of houses spreading outward. Everything was immaculately maintained, which struck me as odd for what seemed to be such a small, isolated place. As I drove into town, the first thing I noticed was how clean everything was. Not just tidy, but pristine. The storefronts looked freshly painted in bright pastels. The sidewalks were spotless. Even the trees seemed perfectly shaped. But the weirdest part? It all looked like it was straight out of the 1950s. I parked my car near what appeared to be the town square and got out to look around. The air felt strange, heavy somehow, like right before a thunderstorm, but the sky was clear blue. There were people walking around, but something about them seemed off. Their movements were too coordinated, too precise, like dancers in a musical who've rehearsed the same routine 1,000 times. They were all dressed in these vintage clothes that looked brand new. Women in full skirts and men in pressed slacks and short-sleeved button-ups, and they were all smiling. Not normal smiles, but these wide, fixed expressions that never quite reached their eyes. A few of them nodded at me as they passed, saying, "Welcome to Echo Hollow," in the exact same tone. I'm not exaggerating. The exact same inflection, like they were all reading from a script. I smiled back awkwardly and kept walking. I figured I'd find a place to get something to eat and ask about the town. There was a diner on the main street called the Resonance Cafe. Inside, it was like stepping into a movie set. Red vinyl booths, checkerboard floor, chrome-trimmed counters. A waitress approached me immediately. She was maybe in her 30s with perfectly curled hair and bright red lipstick. "Welcome to Echo Hollow," she said, with that same eerie smile everyone seemed to have. "You must be tired from your journey. Would you like our daily special?" I hadn't mentioned being from out of town. "How did you know I'm not from here?" I asked. Her smile didn't falter. "Oh, we know everyone in Echo Hollow. You're new. The special today is meatloaf with mashed potatoes." I wasn't really hungry anymore, but I ordered a coffee just to have a reason to sit down and gather my thoughts. The coffee tasted wrong. Not bad exactly, but like someone had made coffee based on a description without ever having tasted it. While I sipped it, I noticed the other patrons in the diner. They were all going through the motions of eating and talking, but it felt rehearsed. Their conversations looped, the same phrases repeated every few minutes, and they all kept glancing at me when they thought I wasn't looking. I decided to find a place to stay for the night and then leave first thing in the morning. I was getting serious creeps, but it was already getting late, and I didn't want to navigate those winding roads in the dark. There was only one place to stay, the Echo Hollow Inn, a 3-story building facing the town square. The lobby was decorated in the same 50s style as everything else, with a polished wooden counter and a rotating rack of postcards that all showed the same image of the town square. The receptionist was an older woman with gray hair pulled into a perfect bun. Before I could even speak, she said, "Sarah Mitchell, we've been expecting you. Your room is ready." My blood ran cold. I never told anyone my name. "How do you know who I am?" I demanded. Her smile never wavered. "Everyone who comes to Echo Hollow is expected, dear. Room 17, second floor. The key's right here." She slid an actual metal key across the counter. Not a key card, an old-fashioned key with a plastic tag. I should have left right then. I should have run back to my car and driven away as fast as possible. But some combination of curiosity, fatigue, and a strange compulsion I couldn't fight made me take the key. "Thanks," I mumbled. What's going on in town today? I heard something on the radio about a festival." "The Homecoming Festival starts tonight," she said. "The grand chorus begins at sunset. You'll join us, won't you?" "Everyone does." The way she said it didn't sound like a question. My room was exactly what you'd expect from a motel in the 50s. Floral bedspread, heavy wooden furniture, a rotary phone on the nightstand. There was no TV, no Wi-Fi password, nothing modern at all. I checked my phone again, still no signal. I tried the rotary phone, thinking I could at least call my sister to tell her I might be delayed. When I picked it up instead of a dial tone, I heard the same broadcast that had been on my car radio. "Welcome to Echo Hollow, where everyone finds their voice." I slammed the phone down. Looking out my window, I could see the town square below. People were setting up for the festival, hanging string lights, arranging chairs in concentric circles around a tall stone obelisk I hadn't noticed before. The obelisk was maybe 20 feet tall, made of black granite that seemed to absorb the light around it. I decided to go check it out, thinking maybe I could find some information about the town's history that would explain all the weirdness. As I approached the obelisk, I noticed writing carved into its surface. Names, thousands of names, spiraling from the bottom all the way to the top, each followed by a year. At the base was a small plaque that read, "In memory of everyone who has ever passed through Echo Hollow." I ran my fingers over the names, feeling a chill despite the warm evening air. Some of the dates went back to the 1920s. I followed the spiral upward, the names becoming more recent as they climbed. Then I saw it, near eye level, freshly carved into the stone. Sarah Mitchell, 2023. I stumbled backward, my heart pounding. This couldn't be happening. My name, this year's date, carved into what was essentially a memorial. I turned to run and nearly collided with an elderly man. Unlike the others, his smile seemed genuine, if sad. You've seen it then, he said quietly. Your name. What is this place? I whispered. How did you know I was coming? How is my name on that thing? He glanced around nervously. Not here. They're listening. Always listening. He pressed a small piece of paper into my hand. Room 23, after dark. I'll explain everything. He shuffled away before I could respond, disappearing into the crowd that was steadily gathering in the square. I looked down at the paper. It had a single word written on it. Resonance. I spent the next hour in my room, alternating between panic and trying to convince myself there was a rational explanation. Maybe this was some elaborate prank show. Maybe I'd fallen asleep at the wheel and this was all a dream. At dusk, I snuck down the hall to room 23 and knocked softly. The elderly man opened the door immediately and ushered me inside. My name is Harold, he said. I've been here since 1965. He looked much older than that would make him. What is this place? I asked again. Why is everyone so weird? Harold sat heavily on the edge of the bed. Echo Hollow was a real town once, founded in the late 1800s as a mining community, but in 1952 it was used as a test site for something the government was working on. Not nuclear, something else, something worse. He rubbed his eyes. The official records say the town was evacuated and demolished, but that's not what happened. The experiment changed the people, changed the town itself. They became something else. Resonant beings, they call themselves, not quite alive, not quite dead, echoes of who they once were, trapped in an endless loop. That's impossible, I said, but even as the words left my mouth, I knew he was telling the truth. They need new voices, Harold continued, new frequencies, I guess you could say. That's why they broadcast their signal. That's why they lure travelers here. They absorb them into the chorus to strengthen their collective, to keep Echo Hollow existing in this in-between state. The names on the obelisk. Everyone they've taken, Harold nodded. I've watched it happen for decades. I'm only still myself because I found a way to dampen their signal. But it won't work for you now. Your name is already carved. But I can leave, right? My voice was shaking. I can just get in my car and drive away. Harold's face filled with pity. Try if you want, but the roads won't lead where you expect. They'll always bring you back here in time for the grand chorus. I didn't believe him. I thanked him for the information and left, rushing back to my room to grab my things. I was going to leave right now, festival or no festival. But when I got to my room, my bags were gone, and when I ran downstairs to find my car, it wasn't where I'd parked it. It wasn't anywhere. Outside, the festival was in full swing. The town square was packed with people, all moving in that same unsettling, synchronized way. The string lights cast a warm glow over everything, making it look almost normal if you squinted. I tried to leave anyway. I picked a street and started walking, moving as fast as I could without running. Nobody tried to stop me. They just watched me go with those fixed smiles. I walked for what felt like hours. The houses thinned out, and I reached the edge of town, where the road curved into the hills. Relief washed over me as I left the lights of Echo Hollow behind. But after another 20 minutes of walking in the dark, I saw lights ahead. Familiar lights. I rounded a bend, and there it was again, Echo Hollow. Somehow I'd circled back. I tried again. And again. Every road, every path, every direction led back to the town square, where the festival continued unchanged. It was as if the town existed in its own pocket of reality, folded in on itself. By the time I gave up, the crowd was gathering around the obelisk. The sky had darkened to deep purple, and the first stars were appearing. From the center of the circle, a woman in a blue dress began to sing. Her voice was beautiful, but wrong, too perfect, too pure to be human. One by one, others joined in, their voices blending in impossible harmony. The sound vibrated through my entire body, making my vision blur. I could feel something pulling at me, like my very essence was being tuned to their frequency. The elderly man, Harold, appeared beside me. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "It will be easier if you don't fight it." What's happening to me? I could barely form the words. "You're becoming part of the chorus, part of Echo Hollow. Your voice will join theirs, broadcasting across the desert, calling to others like you called to you." As the singing swelled, I felt myself dissolving, my thoughts merging with the collective consciousness of Echo Hollow. My last clear memory is looking up at the obelisk, at my name carved in stone, and realizing it wasn't a memorial at all, it was a roster. I don't know how I'm able to write this now. Sometimes I regain moments of clarity, brief windows where I remember who I was before, but they're getting rarer. Most of the time, I'm just another smiling resident going through the motions, waiting for the next traveler who hears our broadcast. If you're driving through Nevada and your radio picks up a broadcast about Echo Hollow, please change the station. Keep driving. Don't look for us, because we're already looking for you. Story 12. I still can't explain what happened to me last summer at Hot Lake Hotel. I've been sitting on this experience for months now, trying to make sense of it, but I just can't. I need to get this off my chest because it's been eating away at me. My job has me traveling all over Oregon for business meetings, and I usually stick to chain hotels where everything is predictable. But last July, I had a meeting cancel in La Grande, leaving me with an unexpected free day. A local I met at lunch mentioned this historic place called Hot Lake Hotel, about 15 minutes outside of town. He said it had been beautifully restored and had natural hot springs. What he conveniently left out was its reputation. I decided to book a room for the night, figured it would be more interesting than the Holiday Inn. When I pulled up to the building, I was immediately struck by how imposing it looked, this massive brick structure sitting alone against the backdrop of the mountains. There was something both beautiful and unsettling about it. The main building was clearly very old, with newer sections that looked like additions. The woman at the front desk was super friendly, talking about how the Manuel family had restored the place after years of abandonment. She gave me a brief history lesson about the hot springs and how the Native Americans called it Ikeshpa and considered the water's healing. She mentioned it had been a luxury hotel and health resort back in the early 1900s, but kind of glossed over what happened after that. I should have picked up on that. My room was on the second floor, nicely renovated with antique furniture but modern amenities. It was late afternoon by the time I settled in, so I decided to explore the grounds a bit. The hot springs were amazing, these steaming pools with that slightly sulfuric smell. I remember thinking it was weird how few guests seemed to be around for a summer evening. There were maybe 3 other cars in the parking lot. After soaking in the springs, I wandered through some of the public areas of the hotel. The place was filled with historical photos and artifacts in glass cases. That's when I first noticed something strange. There was this old black and white photo of a doctor, stern-looking guy with round glasses and a serious expression. The plaque said it was Dr. W.T. Fye, who had turned the place into some famous medical facility in the 1920s. What freaked me out was that, as I looked at his face, I swear to God his expression changed, just for a split second, into what I can only describe as a smirk. I blinked and it was back to normal. I chalked it up to being tired from the drive and the hot springs making me lightheaded. I had dinner at their small restaurant and the waitress was chatty, telling me about how she'd grown up in the area. When I mentioned I was staying the night, she got this weird look on her face. She hesitated, then said, "Oh, that's nice. Just stick to the renovated sections if you go exploring." I asked her what she meant, and she laughed it off, saying some areas were still under construction. I didn't think much of it at the time. After dinner, around 9, I decided to head back to my room. The hotel was eerily quiet. My footsteps echoed on the hardwood floors, and I noticed how the place seemed to have this strange acoustic quality, sounds carried in unusual ways. As I walked down the hallway to my room, I heard what sounded like a piano playing very softly from somewhere in the building. It was faint, just barely audible, but definitely a classical piece. I figured someone was playing in one of the common areas. though I hadn't noticed a piano earlier. In my room, I tried to watch TV, but the reception was terrible. I gave up and decided to read a bit before going to sleep. Around 10:30, I started hearing noises outside my door, footsteps passing by, which wasn't that weird, but they seemed to pass by my door every few minutes, always at the same pace. After about the fifth time, I got up and looked through the peephole. The hallway was completely empty. I tried to ignore it and get back to my book, but then I started hearing whispers, not clear enough to make out words, just the sound of hushed voices coming from what seemed like the wall behind my bed. I put my ear against the wall, thinking maybe it was just guests in the next room, but the whispering stopped immediately when I did that. The moment I moved away, it started again. By 11, I was getting genuinely freaked out, but tried to rationalize everything. Old buildings make noises, pipes settling foundations, that kind of thing. I decided to take a hot shower to relax and try to get some sleep. That's when things got really messed up. In the bathroom, I noticed the mirror had fogged up before I even turned the shower on. When I wiped it clear with my hand, there was a handprint already there underneath my own, smaller, like a child's. I told myself it must have been from housekeeping or something, but it shook me up. The shower started normally, but after about 2 minutes, the water suddenly turned ice cold, then scalding hot within seconds. I jumped out, nearly slipping on the tile. When I looked down at my arm, there was a red mark, not from the water, but like someone had grabbed me, 5 finger marks on my forearm. They faded after a few minutes, but I saw them clear as day. I got dressed quickly, seriously considering just checking out and driving to the next town, but it was already late, and I'd had a couple beers at dinner, so I didn't feel great about driving. I decided to tough it out for the night. As I was sitting on the edge of the bed trying to calm down, my phone pinged with a text. It was from an unknown number, and all it said was, "Third floor, operating theater." I immediately tried calling the number back, but got an automated message saying it wasn't in service. I tried to tell myself it was a wrong number, a bizarre coincidence. I don't know why I didn't just stay in my room. Maybe it was the same impulse that makes people investigate the strange noise in horror movies, that need to prove to yourself there's a rational explanation. I decided to check out the third floor just to see if there actually was an operating theater and put my mind at ease. The hallway was dimly lit with those motion sensor lights that only turned on as I walked past. I found the stairwell and started climbing to the third floor. The stairs creaked under my weight, and I noticed the further up I went, the less renovated the building seemed to become. The third floor hallway was completely different from my floor. The wallpaper was peeling in places, and there was a musty smell in the air. I followed the hallway, noticing old signs still on some of the doors. "Quiet, please. Be sweet." The kind of things you'd see in a hospital. One door had a faded label that read "Storage," but when I tried the handle, it was locked. Further down, I found a set of double doors with "treatment room" written above them in faded letters. I hesitated, my hand on the door handle. Every instinct was telling me to turn around, but I pushed the door open anyway. The room was large and circular with a high ceiling. Moonlight filtered through tall windows, illuminating what was clearly an old operating room. There was an examination table in the center, ancient-looking equipment pushed against the walls, and cabinets with glass fronts showing bottles and instruments. The place looked like it hadn't been touched in decades, not part of the renovation at all. As I stood there, the temperature dropped dramatically. I could see my breath in front of me, even though it was July. Then I heard it, a sound like a record player starting up, that scratchy noise before the music begins. From somewhere in the room, a voice started speaking as if through an old radio. "Patient exhibits signs of hysteria. Recommend immediate hydrotherapy followed by electrical treatment." The voice was clinical, detached. I frantically looked around for the source, but there was nothing. No speakers, no old recording equipment, nothing that could explain it. Then the lights came on, not the modern electrical lights, but what looked like old operating lamps above the table, impossibly illuminating on their own. In the harsh light, I could see stains on the examination table that looked disturbingly like old blood. I turned to leave, but the doors slammed shut. I pulled on the handles, but they wouldn't budge. Behind me, I heard a sound like metal instruments being arranged on a tray. When I turned around, the tools on a nearby table had been organized in a neat row, scalpels, clamps, and things I couldn't identify. Nobody had touched them. The voice came again, closer now, as if someone was standing right behind me. The female patients respond quite well to my personal treatment approach. I spun around and saw nothing, but I felt a hand brush against my face. Cold, dry fingers trailed down my cheek. I screamed and lunged for the doors again, pulling with all my strength. They finally gave way and I stumbled into the hallway. I ran toward the stairs but stopped short when I saw a small boy standing at the end of the hallway. Half his face and body were severely burned, the skin blackened and twisted. He just stared at me, not moving, not speaking. Then he raised his hand and pointed at a door to my right. Before I could react, I heard footsteps on the stairs behind me, heavy, deliberate steps coming up from the lower floor. Without thinking, I ducked into the room the boy had pointed to. Inside was what looked like an old nurse's station with a desk and filing cabinets. I closed the door quietly and crouched down, trying to control my breathing. Through the gap under the door, I saw shadows pass by, multiple sets of feet moving slowly down the hallway. I heard whispering again, multiple voices now, having what sounded like a conversation about the new arrival. Someone laughed, a high, unhinged sound that made my skin crawl. I don't know how long I stayed in that room, frozen in fear. Could have been minutes, could have been an hour. Eventually, I worked up the courage to open the door and peek out. The hallway was empty and silent. I made my way to the stairs, taking each step as quietly as possible. When I reached my floor, I ran to my room, grabbed my keys and wallet, and headed straight for the exit. I didn't care about checking out or getting my other belongings. I just needed to leave. As I rushed through the lobby, the front desk was unmanned. But on my way out the door, I heard a piano playing, loud and clear this time. I glanced into the sitting room and saw an old grand piano in the corner, its keys moving on their own, playing a haunting melody I didn't recognize. I drove straight through the night all the way back to Portland. I called the next day to explain about my luggage and to check out properly. The woman who answered seemed confused. She said there was no record of my stay and that the third floor was completely sealed off for renovations and impossible to access. I never went back to get my things. Whatever happened that night at Hot Lake Hotel, I can't explain it, but sometimes I still wake up with 5 fingerprint bruises on my arm, and my phone occasionally receives blank texts from that same disconnected number. Story 13. I've been a cop in Harborview for 7 years now. Small coastal town, typical stuff. Drunk tourists in summer, fender benders, occasional domestics, nothing too crazy. That's why what happened last Saturday night still has me completely messed up. I haven't told anyone at the station. They'd think I'm losing it. Maybe I am. It was raining like hell that night. One of those coastal storms where the wind drives the rain sideways and visibility goes to shit. I was on the late shift patrolling the back roads outside town. Not much happens out there, especially in this weather, but protocol is protocol. Around 11:30, I was driving down Miller's Road. You know, that winding stretch that runs along the cliffs before heading back inland. The wipers were going full blast, but they weren't doing much good. I was creeping along at maybe 20 miles per hour, both hands gripping the wheel. That's when I saw her. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks, just a flash of white through the rain. I slowed down even more, squinting through the windshield, and there she was, a young woman standing on the side of the road. No umbrella, no jacket, just a white dress completely soaked through. Her dark hair was plastered to her face. I pulled over immediately and grabbed my flashlight. Department procedure says we never leave someone stranded, especially in weather like this. When I got out, the rain hit me like ice needles. "Ma'am?" I called out, shining my light toward her. "Are you okay?" She turned to face me, and I got my first good look at her. Early 20s, pretty in a simple way, but pale as hell, like unnaturally pale. I figured she was just cold and scared. "I had an accident," she said, her voice barely audible over the rain. "I need to get home." I looked around but didn't see any vehicle. "Where's your car?" She gestured vaguely back down the road. "Back there." It went off the road. I radioed in that I was picking up a stranded motorist and would need a tow truck to check for a vehicle, but in this weather, it would take time for anyone to get out here. "I'm Officer Reynolds," I said. "Jake, let me give you a ride. We can sort out your car tomorrow when it's light." "Thank you," she said softly. "I'm Emily." As I escorted her to my cruiser, I noticed she wasn't wearing any shoes. Her feet were muddy and scratched up, which seemed odd. I offered her my jacket, but she declined, just walked to the passenger side and waited for me to open the door. Once we were inside, I cranked the heat up. She was shivering, but not as badly as I would have expected for someone who'd been standing in that downpour. "Where do you live, Emily?" I asked, pulling back onto the road. "Cedar Lane," she replied. "Number 17. It's past the old mill outside of town." I knew the area. About 15 minutes away in good weather, probably 25 in this storm. "What happened with your car?" I tried again. She stared straight ahead. "I was driving home. The rain was so heavy, I couldn't see the curve coming." Made sense. That stretch of road has claimed more than its fair share of accidents over the years. People underestimate those curves, especially in bad weather. As we drove, I tried to make conversation, but Emily grew quieter. I chalked it up to shock from the accident. She just stared out the window, occasionally giving me directions when we reached an intersection. The weird thing was, she seemed to get paler the closer we got to town. Under the streetlights, her skin looked almost translucent. After about 20 minutes of driving, I realized something wasn't right. We should have reached Cedar Lane already. I'd been following her directions exactly, but we were on roads I didn't immediately recognize. "Are you sure this is the right way?" I asked. She nodded. "Just a little further. Left at the next crossing." I turned left as instructed, and that's when I noticed we were heading back toward the outskirts of town, in a completely different direction than I thought Cedar Lane was located. "Emily," I said, feeling uneasy, "how long ago was your accident?" She didn't answer right away. When she did, her voice sounded distant. "I'm not sure. It's hard to remember." That's when the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something about this whole situation felt wrong. Very wrong. I'd been on the force long enough to hear the stories old-timers told. The legend of the vanishing hitchhiker. Every town has their version. In ours, it's supposedly a young woman in white who died in a car crash decades ago. Drivers pick her up on rainy nights and she directs them to an address before disappearing from the car. I always thought it was bullshit, just ghost stories cops tell rookies to freak them out. But sitting there with Emily, watching her grow paler by the minute, those stories didn't seem so ridiculous anymore. "Emily," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Are you alive?" She turned to look at me then, her eyes dark and somehow ancient in her young face. "I'm not trying to scare you," she said softly. "I just need to get home." My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I gripped the steering wheel to stop my hands from shaking. Every instinct told me to stop the car and get out, but I kept driving. If this was really happening, if I was really experiencing what I thought I was, I needed to see it through. "Turn right here," she said suddenly. "This is Cedar Lane." I made the turn. The street looked old, with huge oak trees lining both sides. The houses were set far back from the road, most of them dark at this hour. The rain had eased up a bit, but the night was still pitch black between the streetlights. "It's number 17, Emily said. "The white house with blue shutters." I saw it ahead on the right. A 2-story farmhouse with a wraparound porch. All the windows were dark. "That's it," she said. I pulled into the driveway and put the car in park. When I turned to tell her we'd arrived, the passenger seat was empty. Just empty, like she'd never been there at all. I sat there for a good 30 seconds, my brain refusing to process what had just happened. Then I did something that, looking back, was probably the stupidest thing I could have done. I got out of the car. The rain had slowed to a drizzle. I stood in the driveway, flashlight in hand, looking around for any sign of Emily. Nothing. I called out her name. No response. I should have left right then, should have gotten back in my car, driven straight to the station and buried this whole experience under a mountain of paperwork and coffee. But I didn't. Instead, I walked up to the house. The porch steps creaked under my weight. The front door was slightly ajar, which sent another wave of unease through me. I knocked anyway, announcing myself as police. When no one answered, I pushed the door open wider and shined my flashlight inside. Hello? Anyone home? The beam of light revealed an old-fashioned living room, furniture covered with sheets, dust floating in the air. The place looked like it hadn't been lived in for years. I stepped inside, still calling out. The floorboards groaned with each step. It felt like the house was holding its breath, waiting for something. That's when I heard it, a soft "thank you" from behind me. I spun around, my heart nearly stopping. There stood Emily, at the bottom of the staircase. She looked different now, cleaner, drier, but somehow less substantial, like I could see the wall behind her if I looked hard enough. "Thank you for bringing me home, Officer Reynolds," she said. Before I could respond, she smiled, a sad, gentle smile, and then she was gone. Not like she walked away or faded out like in the movies. One second she was there, the next she wasn't, just gone. I don't remember much about getting back to my car. I know I ran. I know I was shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. I drove straight back to the station and sat in the parking lot for almost an hour, trying to make sense of what had happened. The next morning, after my shift ended, I went to the county records office, told them I was working on an old case. It didn't take long to find what I was looking for. Emily Winters, aged 22, died in 1998 when her car went off Millers Road during a rainstorm. She was pronounced dead at the scene. Her last known address was 17 Cedar Lane. I drove back there in daylight. The house was exactly as I'd seen it, white with blue shutters, abandoned. A neighbor working in his yard told me no one had lived there since the Winters girl died. The family moved away shortly after, couldn't bear to stay. That was 4 days ago. I haven't slept more than a couple hours at a stretch since. Every time I close my eyes, I see Emily's face. I keep wondering why she chose me, why that night. Yesterday I went back to the stretch of road where I picked her up. There's a small memorial there I never noticed before, weathered and half hidden by overgrowth, a simple wooden cross with her name and dates. I don't know why I'm sharing this now. Maybe I just need someone to tell me I'm not crazy. Maybe there's someone else out there who's seen her too. All I know is that the next time I'm driving Millers Road on a rainy night and see a woman in white standing on the roadside, I'll still stop. Because sometimes being a cop isn't just about serving the living. Sometimes it's about listening to the past when it reaches out to you. Story 14. I was only 7 years old when I first saw her. Looking back now, I wish I could say it was just my imagination, just a kid seeing things that weren't there, but I know what I saw. And what came after has convinced me that some things in this world can't be explained away. It was a Saturday morning in the middle of summer. I remember because I'd been allowed to stay up late the night before watching cartoons with my sister. We shared a bedroom in our grandparents' house, this small room with faded blue wallpaper and 2 twin beds pushed against opposite walls. My sister always slept like a rock, but I was the light sleeper. I woke up early that morning, probably around 6. The sun was just starting to come through our thin curtains, casting this weird grey-blue light across the room. I remember rolling over, thinking I'd try to go back to sleep for a while, when I saw her. Standing beside my bed was a girl. She looked maybe 12 or 13, with skin so pale it was almost translucent. Her hair was jet black, hanging straight down past her shoulders, and she wore this black dress with these intricate red details along the collar and sleeves. The red stood out so vividly against the black that it almost looked like it was glowing. The weirdest part? I wasn't scared. Not at first. She was just there, looking at me with these sad eyes. When I sat up to get a better look, she vanished. Just gone, like she'd never been there at all. I remember rubbing my eyes, looking around the room, even checking under the bed. Nothing. I told my grandma about it at breakfast, and she just smiled and said I must have been dreaming. Maybe I was, but it felt so real. I could describe every detail of that dress, the way her hair hung perfectly straight, how her eyes seemed to hold something heavy in them. The second time I saw her was about 6 months later. I was having trouble sleeping. It must have been well past midnight. Our bedroom door was cracked open as always, letting in a thin slice of light from the living room where my grandpa always left a lamp on. I was lying there, staring at the ceiling, when I felt this change in the air. It's hard to explain. Like the air got heavier, thicker somehow. When I turned toward the door, she was standing at the foot of my bed, blocking part of that strip of light. Same girl, same black dress with the red details, same sad eyes, but this time she just stood there, watching me. I remember pulling my blanket up to my chin, but I still wasn't scared exactly. It was more like I knew she wasn't there to hurt me. She was there for some other reason I couldn't understand yet. I must have fallen asleep eventually because the next thing I knew, my grandpa was shaking me awake for breakfast. I didn't tell anyone about seeing her again. I was starting to think maybe there was something wrong with me, that maybe I was making her up somehow. The third time changed everything. It was almost a year later, and I was 8 by then. Another night of insomnia. I've always struggled with sleep. Our house was this old ranch-style place with a kitchen that opened into the living room. I'd gotten up to get a glass of water and was heading back to bed when I saw her in the doorway between the kitchen and living room. She looked different this time, still in that black dress with the red details, still with that long black hair, but her face, she looked devastated. Tears were running down her pale cheeks, and she wasn't alone. Standing next to her, holding her hand, was this figure. I don't know how else to describe it. It was tall, easily reaching the top of the doorframe, and it was like a piece of the darkness had been cut out and shaped like a person. No features I could make out except for a cowboy hat on its head. Not a shadow exactly. Shadows need light to exist, and this thing seemed to absorb all the light around it. I froze in the hallway, my glass of water forgotten in my hand. The girl looked at me and I swear she mouthed, "I'm sorry," before they both faded away. I went back to bed and cried myself to sleep. I didn't understand why I was crying. I just felt this overwhelming sense of dread and sadness. The next morning, my aunt showed up at our door around 7. I knew something was wrong the minute I saw her face. She pulled my grandparents aside and they talked in hushed voices in the kitchen. My brother and I sat on the couch, not saying anything. Somehow, we both already knew. Dad was gone. Car accident. He'd fallen asleep at the wheel on his way home from working the night shift. That's when I realized what she was. The girl in the black dress wasn't just some random ghost or figment of my imagination. She was a warning, an omen. She appeared before tragedy struck. Over the years, I've seen her many more times, always before something bad happens. When I was 11, she appeared in the bathroom mirror while I was brushing my teeth. The next day, my grandma had a stroke. She survived, but it was touch and go for a while. When I was 14, I saw her standing in our front yard, looking up at my window. 3 days later, my best friend's brother died of an overdose. At 16, I spotted her in the hallway at school. That afternoon, my boyfriend and I got into a massive fight and he wrapped his car around a tree. He was okay, but it was close. Sometimes the tragedies are big. Deaths, accidents, serious illness. Sometimes they're smaller. A failed test I really needed to pass. A fight that ended a friendship. A pet getting sick, but she's always there first, like some kind of supernatural warning system. The worst part is that I can never do anything to stop what's coming. I've tried. God, I've tried. When I was 19, I saw her standing at the foot of my bed in my college dorm room. I immediately called my brother, my grandparents, all my close friends to make sure they were okay, to warn them to be careful. Everyone was fine. The next day, my roommate's mother was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. I've thought about trying to talk to her, to ask her why she shows herself to me, what she wants, but in all these years, she's never stayed long enough. She appears, I see her, and within seconds she's gone, like she's just delivering a message. Prepare yourself. Darkness is coming. The only time she ever seemed to communicate was that third time, when she mouthed, "I'm sorry," before my dad died. And even that I'm not completely sure about. I was young, scared, and it was dark. The most recent time I saw her was 3 weeks ago. I'm 25 now, living alone in an apartment about an hour from my hometown. I was doing laundry in the basement of my building when I felt that familiar change in the air, that heaviness that always precedes her appearances. She was standing by the dryers, and for the first time, she wasn't alone or with that dark figure. There was a little boy with her, maybe 5 or 6 years old, holding her hand. He was wearing these old-fashioned shorts with suspenders, like from the 1940s or something. He had the same pale skin as her, the same sad eyes. They both looked at me, and then they both mouthed, "I'm sorry," before vanishing. I've been on edge ever since, waiting for something terrible to happen. I've checked on everyone I care about multiple times. My grandparents are fine. My sister and her kids are fine. My brother's fine. All my friends are accounted for. Then yesterday, I got the call that my aunt, the same one who told us about my dad all those years ago, was in the hospital. Massive heart attack. She's stable, but the doctors aren't making any promises. Here's the thing that keeps me up at night. I don't know why I'm the one who sees her. No one else in my family has ever mentioned seeing anything like this. When I tried to talk to my sister about it once, she looked at me like I was crazy. My brother was a little more receptive, but even he admitted he's never seen the girl in the black dress. So why me? What did I do to deserve this burden of knowing tragedy is coming but being powerless to stop it? Sometimes I wonder if the girl is trying to help me in some way, giving me time to prepare myself emotionally for bad news. Other times I think it's more like torture, making me wait in dread for the other shoe to drop. The not knowing is the worst part. When I see her, I have no idea who's going to be affected or how bad it's going to be. All I know is that something bad is coming, and all I can do is wait. I've tried researching similar experiences online. There are stories about banshees and other harbingers of death in folklore, but nothing quite like my experiences with the girl in the black dress. Most death omens in stories are terrifying, meant to scare, but she's not scary. She's sad, like she doesn't want to be bringing these messages any more than I want to be receiving them. And now I'm seeing the little boy too. Does that mean the warnings are doubling? Is something worse coming? Or is he just another soul with the same terrible job as the girl? I keep a journal now of every time I see her and what happens afterward. I'm looking for patterns, trying to figure out if there's any way to interpret the warnings more specifically. So far, I haven't found anything conclusive. All I know for sure is that when I see the girl in the black dress, I need to brace myself. Someone or something I care about is about to be hurt, and all I can do is watch it happen, again and again, knowing I saw it coming but couldn't do a thing to stop it. I just wish I knew why she chose me, and what I'm supposed to do with these warnings I can never act on. Maybe she's trying to tell me something I haven't figured out yet. Or maybe some of us are just cursed to see the darkness before it arrives, standing there in a black dress with red details, with sad eyes that have seen too much tragedy to count. Story 15. I still can't bring myself to look at lakes the same way. It's been 3 years since our honeymoon, but I wake up some nights hearing that knocking sound. Ryan says I need therapy, that I'm fixating on something that probably has a logical explanation, but he wasn't the one who saw that thing in the water. We'd saved for months to book what the rental site described as a romantic lakeside retreat. This beautiful A-frame cabin on Lake Oswego in northern Michigan. The photos looked perfect. Pine trees all around, a private dock jutting out into crystal clear water, and complete isolation. No neighbors for at least a mile in any direction. We were both burned out from work and wedding planning, so the idea of unplugging completely was exactly what we wanted. No Wi-Fi, no cell service, just us and nature for a week. The cabin owner, this older guy named Ted, met us at the property that Sunday afternoon. He seemed nice enough, if a bit odd, kept looking at the lake while explaining things about the cabin, like he was distracted by something out there. He handed over the keys, reminded us the nearest town was about 40 minutes away, and left us with a warning that sounded strange at the time. Stay out of the water after sunset. I laughed it off as some local superstition. The first 2 days were everything we'd hoped for. We hiked during the day, cooked dinner together, drank wine on the deck watching the sunset, and enjoyed being newlyweds. The isolation was refreshing after months of constant wedding conversations and family drama. Just being able to hear the natural sounds around us, birds, wind in the trees, water lapping against the shore, felt like a reset. On the third night, that's when things changed. I woke up around 3 in the morning to what sounded like something scraping against the outside wall of the cabin. At first I thought it might be branches from a tree, but the sound was too deliberate, like someone dragging their fingernails across the wood siding. Ryan was still asleep, and I didn't want to wake him over what might just be an animal. I tried to convince myself it was probably raccoons or something similar. Then I heard footsteps on the wooden deck that wrapped around the cabin. Slow, heavy footsteps. Not an animal. Someone was walking around outside. I shook Ryan awake, and he listened for a moment before grabbing the flashlight from the nightstand. We moved to the window together, but when he shined the light outside, there was nothing there, just the empty deck and the dark lake beyond. He checked all the doors and windows. Everything was still locked. He told me it was probably just the wood settling or maybe a deer on the property, but I could tell by the way he double-checked the locks that he was unsettled too. Neither of us slept much after that. The next day, we tried to enjoy ourselves despite feeling tired. We went kayaking in the morning, hiked a nearby trail in the afternoon, and grilled steaks for dinner. As the sun set, we sat on the deck with a bottle of wine, and that's when I noticed it, a light across the lake. It was faint at first, like a flashlight beam, moving slowly along the shoreline opposite our cabin. "Someone must be camping over there," Ryan said. But according to the property listing and what Ted had told us, there weren't supposed to be any other cabins or campsites around the lake. It was all private property. The light moved in a strange pattern, not like someone walking with a flashlight, but more deliberate, like it was searching for something. It would stop, hover in one spot, then move in another direction. We watched it for almost an hour before it disappeared. "Tomorrow we should take the kayaks over there and check it out," Ryan suggested. I wasn't thrilled with the idea, but daylight made it seem less intimidating. We agreed to investigate in the morning. That night I had trouble falling asleep. Every sound from outside seemed amplified. The rustling of leaves, the hooting of an owl, the lap of water against the shore. When I finally did drift off, I dreamed of dark shapes moving beneath the surface of the lake, reaching up toward our dock with long, grasping fingers. The next morning was overcast but warm enough for kayaking. We paddled across the lake toward where we'd seen the light. It took about 20 minutes to cross, and as we got closer to the other shore, I felt increasingly uneasy. The trees seemed denser on this side, the shoreline rockier and less welcoming. We were about halfway across when I saw it, a dark shape moving beneath my kayak. At first, I thought it was my shadow or a large fish, but it was too big, too long. It moved sinuously through the water, keeping pace with my kayak for several terrifying seconds before disappearing into deeper water. I called out to Ryan, who was a few yards ahead of me. He turned back, concerned by the panic in my voice. I told him what I'd seen, and he scanned the water, but there was nothing visible now. He tried to reassure me it was probably just a sturgeon or some other large fish, but the lake wasn't known for fish that size, and fish don't follow kayaks. We continued to the far shore, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us from below the surface. When we reached the other side, we pulled our kayaks up onto a narrow, rocky beach and explored the shoreline. After about 10 minutes of walking, we found it, a clearing in the trees, about 20 feet back from the water's edge. In the center was a fire pit, old but clearly used recently. Ashes and partially burned logs filled the stone circle. Around it were several crude chairs made from branches lashed together with twine. The whole setup was unsettling enough, but what made my skin crawl were the dolls. Dozens of them, hanging from the branches of the surrounding trees. They weren't store-bought dolls. They were handmade from twigs, grass, and cloth, with strange features. Some had no heads, others had button eyes or pebbles for eyes, and several had symbols carved into wooden faces. They hung from branches by twine or fishing lines, swaying slightly in the breeze. "What the hell is this?" Ryan whispered, reaching out to touch one of the dolls. "Don't," I said, grabbing his arm. Something about these objects felt wrong, contaminated somehow. As we stood there, I noticed carvings on the trees, symbols similar to those on the dolls' faces. They weren't graffiti or initials like you might find in popular hiking areas. These were deliberate markings, cut deep into the bark. "We should go," I said, backing away from the clearing. Ryan nodded, looking as unsettled as I felt. As we returned to our kayaks, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. I kept looking back at the tree line, expecting to see someone, or something, staring back at us, but there was nothing visible, just trees and shadows. The paddle back to our cabin felt twice as long. I kept scanning the water, terrified of seeing that shape again, but the lake surface remained calm and empty. When we finally reached our dock, I practically leaped from my kayak onto the wooden planks, relieved to be back. That afternoon, we discussed cutting our trip short. The dolls, the light, the sounds at night, it was all adding up to something neither of us wanted to face, but the practical side took over. We'd paid for the full week, there were no refunds, and maybe we were just spooking ourselves. We decided to stay one more night and then decide. That was a mistake. As darkness fell, we sat inside rather than on the deck, playing cards and trying to distract ourselves. Around 9, Ryan went to the kitchen window to get a glass of water and froze. "It's back," he said quietly. "The light." I joined him at the window. Sure enough, there was a light across the lake in roughly the same area as before. But this time, it was brighter, more intense, and it wasn't staying on the far shore. It was moving toward us, across the water. We turned off all the lights in the cabin and watched as the glow moved steadily in our direction. It didn't behave like someone in a boat with a flashlight. It moved too smoothly, too directly, as if it was floating just above the surface of the lake. "It can't be crossing the water," Ryan said, but we both knew what we were seeing. The light was getting closer, brighter, illuminating a small circle of water around it. And then, when it was perhaps 100 yards from our shore, it suddenly vanished. Not faded, not moved away, just blinked out of existence. We stood at the window for nearly an hour, waiting for it to reappear, but the lake remained dark and still. Eventually, exhausted and on edge, we decided to try to get some sleep. Ryan pushed a heavy dresser in front of the front door as an extra precaution, and we double-checked all the windows. I don't know what time it was when the knocking started. The digital clock by our bed read 3:27 when I jerked awake to the sound. 3 distinct knocks on our front door. Firm, deliberate, then silence. Ryan was already sitting up, eyes wide in the darkness. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. Before I could answer, it came again. Knock, 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 followed by a sound like someone or something dragging its hand across the door. Ryan reached for his phone out of habit before remembering there was no service. We had no way to call for help. The nearest neighbor was too far to hear us if we screamed. "It's probably just someone who's lost," Ryan said, but his voice trembled slightly. "Maybe a hiker or something." Knock, knock, knock. Whoever or whatever was at our door wasn't going away. Ryan grabbed the baseball bat we'd brought for protection and moved toward the living room. I followed close behind, clutching a can of bear spray we'd packed for hiking. Through the small window next to the door, we could see a figure standing on our porch. The moon was hidden behind clouds, so all I could make out was a dark silhouette, taller than any person should be, with what looked like unnaturally long arms hanging at its sides. Knock, knock, knock. "Who's there?" Ryan called out, his voice surprisingly steady. No response, just another series of knocks, harder this time, making the door shudder in its frame. That's when I noticed the water. It was pooled around the figure's feet, dripping onto our porch, as if whoever stood there had just emerged from the lake. And there was a smell seeping in through the cracks around the door. A thick, muddy, rotting smell like stagnant water and decaying vegetation. The knocking continued, growing more insistent, and I swear I could hear something else between the knocks. A wet, gurgling sound, like someone trying to speak underwater. We backed away from the door, retreating to the bedroom. The knocking followed us, not just at the front door anymore, but all around the cabin. Every window, every exterior wall, whatever was outside was surrounding us, trying to find a way in. We huddled in the bathroom, the only room without windows, until dawn. The knocking continued intermittently throughout the night, sometimes stopping for 20 or 30 minutes, giving us hope it had gone, before starting again with renewed intensity. When the first grey light of morning filtered through the cabin, the knocking stopped. We waited another hour before emerging from the bathroom, checking every window and door. Nothing was broken, but on the front porch and all around the cabin were wet footprints, large, oddly shaped prints that didn't look human. They led from the lake to our cabin and back again. We packed our things in silence and were in the car within 30 minutes. As we drove away, I looked back at the lake one last time. The surface was perfectly still, reflecting the morning sky like a mirror, beautiful and serene, as if nothing had happened. We stopped at a gas station in the nearest town, still shaken. While Ryan filled the tank, I went inside for coffee. The older woman behind the counter took one look at me and asked, "You two staying at the Oswego cabin?" When I nodded, she sighed. "Let me guess, strange lights, noises at night." "You know about it?" I asked, suddenly hopeful for an explanation. She lowered her voice. "That lake's got a history. People going missing over the years. Strange things in the water." She leaned closer. The natives wouldn't fish there. Said the lake was cursed, that something lived in it that wasn't meant to be disturbed. I wanted to ask more, but Ryan came in then, and the woman straightened up, changing the subject to the weather. We drove home in silence, neither of us ready to discuss what had happened. Later, when we complained to the rental company, they refunded half our money and offered a vague apology about local teenagers probably playing pranks. Ted, the owner, never returned our calls. 3 years later, and I still wake up sometimes at exactly 3:27 in the morning, convinced I can hear knocking at our door. Ryan pretends he's moved on, but I've caught him staring at lakes and ponds with apprehension. We don't go swimming anymore. We canceled our plans to buy that lakefront property we'd been saving for. And sometimes when I close my eyes, I still see that light moving across the water toward us, growing brighter as it approaches. I don't know what was in that lake or what wanted to get into our cabin that night, but I know it's still there, waiting for the next people who think a secluded lake house sounds like the perfect getaway. Story 16. I never thought I'd share this story with anyone other than my family, but it's been years now, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. Even now, as I'm typing this, I keep glancing over my shoulder. Some things just stay with you, you know? I grew up in Millfield, this small town that's basically been dying since the 80s, when the paper mill closed down. My parents bought this massive old house there when I was around 9. I'm talking 3 stories, built sometime in the early 1900s. It had all these weird little nooks and crannies, creaky floorboards, and this staircase that would groan like an old man getting out of bed whenever anyone used it. My little sister Nicole and I thought it was the coolest place ever when we first moved in. Mom and Dad both worked long hours. Mom at the hospital about 20 minutes away, and Dad at some office job in the city, so Nicole and I were latchkey kids. I was 11 when this happened, and Nicole was 6. Being the older sister meant I was in charge after school until one of our parents got home, usually around 6 or 7 in the evening. The layout of our house was kinda weird. The bathroom and all the bedrooms were on the second floor, and there was this whole third floor that was just empty space with some old furniture covered in sheets. Mom and Dad had plans to renovate it into some kind of home office or guest area, but they never got around to it. We weren't supposed to go up there, but of course we did when no one was looking. Anyway, this happened on a Tuesday in October. I remember because I had a social studies test the next day that I was avoiding studying for. It was one of those perfect fall days where the air is crisp and the leaves are all those amazing colors. Nicole had gone to play with her friend Madison, who lived like 3 houses down. Madison's mom was cool with having Nicole over until our mom got home. I was alone in the house and decided to take a shower. I'd just started middle school and was at that age where suddenly I was super conscious about how I smelled and looked. I remember I had this stupid strawberry body wash that I thought made me smell grown up. So I'm in the bathroom, which was this big space with black and white tiles, a clawfoot tub with a shower attachment, and this old wooden door that had a tendency to stick in humid weather. I'd been in the shower maybe 5 minutes when I heard it. 3 distinct knocks on the bathroom door. Knock, knock, knock. They weren't soft or hesitant. They were deliberate, like someone was using their knuckles to rap on the wood. I figured Nicole must have come home early. "I'm in the shower," I called out, kind of annoyed because I had shampoo in my hair and wasn't nearly done. No answer. I kept washing my hair, figuring she'd just gone to her room or something. Then, maybe a minute later, knock, knock, knock. Again, 3 clear knocks, exactly the same as before. This time I was irritated. "Nicole," I said, "I'm in here. Go away." Still no answer. Just silence. That's when I started to feel uneasy. Not scared yet, just off, like when you feel someone staring at you from across a room. I rinsed the shampoo out quickly and stood there for a moment, water running down my face, listening. The house had its usual creaks and settling noises, but nothing that sounded like a 6-year-old moving around. There was this weird feeling, this certainty that someone was standing on the other side of that door, just listening. I turned off the water. The sudden silence was deafening. I could hear water dripping from my body onto the shower floor, and my own breathing, which had gotten faster without me realizing it. I grabbed my towel, wrapped it around myself, and crept toward the door. My plan was to yank it open and catch Nicole in her little prank. I stood there, my hand on the doorknob, waiting for another knock. Nothing came. After maybe 30 seconds of standing there like an idiot, dripping on the floor, I figured she must have given up and gone downstairs. I went back to the shower, hanging my towel back up, and turned the water on again. The second the water hit my face, knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks, louder this time. My heart jumped into my throat. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice cracking a little. "Knock, knock, knock." Immediate response, not even a second's hesitation, like whatever was knocking had been waiting for me to ask. I shut off the water, grabbed my towel, and wrapped it around myself again. This time, I wasn't hesitating. I yanked the door open so hard it banged against the wall. Nothing. The hallway was empty. I stood there, water dripping onto the worn hallway carpet, goosebumps rising on my arms despite the steamy bathroom behind me. The upstairs hallway ran the length of the house with 4 doors, my parents' room at one end, my room and Nicole's room in the middle, and a linen closet at the far end. All the doors were open except the linen closet. "Nicole?" I called out. My voice sounded small in that big empty house. "This isn't funny." I checked my parents' room first. No one. My room, empty. Nicole's room, just her stuffed animals staring at me with their glassy eyes. I even checked the linen closet, half expecting someone to jump out at me. Nothing but towels and sheets. My heart was racing now. I hurried to the window in my room that overlooked the front yard and looked out. From there I could see Madison's house, and there was Nicole, clear as day, playing with Madison in their front yard. They were jumping in a pile of leaves that Madison's dad had raked up. So who the hell had knocked on the bathroom door? I stood there for a minute, trying to think rationally. Maybe it was the pipes. Old houses make weird noises, right? But those knocks weren't random sounds. They were deliberate, rhythmic, and they responded to me. I got dressed as fast as I could, not even bothering to finish my shower. The whole time I was listening for any sound in the house. It was dead silent except for the usual creaks and groans of an old building. Then I remembered something important. The stairs in our house were ancient and loud. There was no way anyone could have come up and then gone back down without me hearing it. Whoever, or whatever, had knocked on that door was still upstairs with me. I didn't want to go check the third floor. I really didn't. But I also couldn't stand not knowing. I crept to the narrow staircase that led up to the third floor. The door at the bottom was closed, as it always was. We weren't supposed to go up there, but like I said, we did anyway sometimes. I stood there for what felt like forever, my hand on the doorknob, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my fingertips. Finally, I took a deep breath and opened it. The stairs stretched up into darkness. We never used the lights up there to avoid Mom and Dad knowing we'd been snooping. I fumbled for the light switch and flipped it on. A single bare bulb illuminated the staircase. "Hello?" I called up, my voice shaking. "Is anyone up there?" Silence. I put my foot on the first step and it creaked loudly under my weight. I paused, listening. Nothing. I took another step, then another. Each one announced my approach with a groan or a squeak. There was no way anyone could have used these stairs without making noise. When I reached the top, I found the third floor exactly as it always was, dusty, filled with old furniture covered in sheets, boxes of stuff from our old house that Mom hadn't unpacked yet. The light from the stairwell cast long shadows across the floor. I flipped on the main light switch, and a dusty chandelier flickered to life. I searched every corner, looked behind every sheet-covered piece of furniture, checked inside the big wardrobe that always reminded me of Narnia. Nothing. No one was up there. I was completely alone in the house. I went back downstairs, turning off lights as I went, trying to convince myself there was some logical explanation. By the time I got to the first floor, I'd almost managed to persuade myself it was just the house settling or the pipes or something. That's when I noticed the basement door was open, just a crack, but I was sure it had been closed before. We never left that door open. The basement was damp and smelled like mold, and Mom was paranoid about us falling down the steep stairs. I stood staring at that sliver of darkness between the door and the frame. Everything in me was screaming to just go outside, to go get Nicole from Madison's house and wait for Mom to come home. But I needed to know. I needed to be sure. I approached the door slowly, grabbed the old brass knob and pulled it all the way open. The darkness of the basement gaped before me like a mouth. I fumbled for the light switch, found it, and flipped it on. The bare bulb illuminated the rough wooden stairs leading down into our unfinished basement. I could see the concrete floor, the old washing machine, boxes of Christmas decorations. Everything looked normal. "Hello?" I called down. My voice echoed slightly. "Is someone down there?" Nothing. I took a single step down, and the stair creaked beneath my weight. I froze, listening. Was that breathing I heard, or just the sound of the furnace? "Nicole, if that's you, it's not funny," I shouted, but my voice cracked with fear. Then I heard it. 3 distinct sounds from the darkness beyond the reach of the light. Knock, knock, knock. I slammed the basement door shut, turned the lock, and ran outside. I didn't stop running until I reached Madison's house. I never told my parents what happened. What would I say? That someone was playing knock-knock in our empty house, that something was in our basement. They'd think I was making it up or that I'd scared myself. But that wasn't the end of it. Weird things kept happening in that house. Objects would move when no one was looking. Doors we'd closed would be open when we came back. And the knocking, it came back. But not just in the bathroom. Sometimes at night, we'd hear it on the walls or under the floors. The worst incident happened about 6 months later. Nicole was taking a bath, and I was supposed to be watching her while Mom made dinner downstairs. I left for literally 2 minutes to get her pajamas from her room. When I came back, she was underwater, completely submerged. I pulled her up, and she was gasping and crying, saying something had pulled her down and held her there. Mom and Dad sold the house 3 months later. We never told them everything that happened there. I don't think they would have believed us anyway. To this day, I can't stand the sound of knocking. I don't have doors I can't see through. My apartment has those frosted glass doors, so I can always see if someone's on the other side, and I never, ever take a shower when I'm alone in the house. Story 17. I've always been a vivid dreamer, but what happened 3 years ago wasn't just a dream, it was real. I've never told anyone about this except for a few close friends, and I'm still not sure if I should be sharing it now, but I need to get this off my chest because it's been eating at me for years. My Uncle David passed away suddenly while on vacation in Egypt with my Aunt Carol about 6 years ago. It was completely unexpected. He was only 58, healthy, no previous medical issues. The doctors said it was a massive heart attack. 1 minute he was taking photos of the pyramids, the next he was gone. My aunt was absolutely destroyed. They'd been married for 35 years, high school sweethearts who never had children. He was her entire world. I was close to my uncle growing up. He was the fun uncle, the one who taught me how to fish, who slipped me $20 whenever I saw him, who always remembered my birthday, even when my own dad sometimes forgot. His death hit me hard, but nowhere near as hard as it hit my aunt. She became a shell of herself. Stopped going out, barely ate, wouldn't answer phone calls. The light just went out of her. About 3 years after he died, I had this experience. I hesitate to call it a dream because it was unlike anything I've ever experienced before or since. I went to bed like normal that night. Nothing unusual happened that day. No strange conversations, no watching creepy movies, nothing that would trigger what was about to happen. I remember falling asleep easily enough, but then suddenly, I was somewhere else. I found myself standing in this bizarre corridor. It's hard to describe exactly, but one entire wall was missing, like someone had sliced the building in half. Through this open side, I could see everything happening inside. The corridor stretched far in both directions, longer than any hallway I've ever seen. At one end stood these massive double doors that swayed slightly, as if moved by some unseen breeze. They emitted this brilliant, almost blinding light from between the cracks, not warm or inviting, but harsh and sterile. What struck me immediately was the souls, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all walking through this corridor toward those doors. They moved like they were in a trance, expressionless, just marching forward. I could somehow distinguish each individual clearly despite the crowd. Some wore modern clothes, others dressed in outfits from what looked like different time periods, and their faces. God, their faces. They looked exhausted, drained, but determined to reach those doors. I stood there watching, unable to move as they all went through the same cycle. They'd walk the length of the corridor, approach the doors, and just as they'd reach out to touch them, they'd suddenly be yanked backward like someone had hit rewind on a VCR tape. They'd be thrown back to the beginning of the corridor and start the whole process over again. It was like watching a video cassette stuck in a loop, playing the same scene over and over. That's when I saw him, my Uncle David. He was wearing the clothes he died in, khaki shorts and a blue Hawaiian shirt with white flowers that my aunt had bought him specially for their trip. His favorite hat, the straw fedora with the black band, was clutched in his hands. He looked exactly like I remembered him, except emptier somehow. His face had that same determined but exhausted expression as all the others. I watched him go through this cycle maybe 30 times before he suddenly stopped mid-step. He turned his head slowly like he felt someone watching him. When his eyes met mine, the change was immediate. His whole face transformed with shock, recognition, and then this profound sadness that cut right through me. "Elena," he mouthed, and I nodded, unable to speak. He broke away from the line of souls and rushed toward me. Nobody else seemed to notice or care that he'd stepped out of the procession. When he reached me, he grabbed my shoulders with surprising strength. His touch felt real, not ghostly or dreamlike, but solid and warm. Tears were streaming down his face. "You have to help me," he pleaded, his voice cracking with emotion. I don't belong here, Elena. I'm not supposed to be here. I finally found my voice. Uncle David, what is this place? What's happening? I'm stuck, he said, glancing nervously over his shoulder at the other souls. We're all stuck. We walk and never get anywhere. Please, you have to help me. How? I asked, my own tears starting to fall. What can I do? Tell Carol, he said urgently. Tell her I love her. Tell her I miss her every second. Tell her I'm trying to get back to her. His fingers dug into my shoulders. She needs to know I didn't want to leave her. His desperation was palpable. I'd never seen my uncle like this. He'd always been so cheerful, so steady. Seeing him broken like this was worse than any nightmare. What's beyond the door? I asked, nodding toward the light. Where are you all trying to go? His expression changed instantly. The sadness was replaced by something like anger or maybe fear. He pointed a finger right at my face. You're not supposed to know that, he shouted. You're not supposed to be here at all. Before I could respond, something shifted in the air between us. A darkness formed, condensing into a gray, shadowy entity. I couldn't make out its exact form. It seemed to constantly shift and change, never settling into anything recognizable. But I knew deep in my gut that it was something demonic. Not in a Hollywood movie way, but in a primal, terrifying sense that made every cell in my body scream in alarm. It didn't speak with words, but I heard it clearly in my mind. Intruder. The force of that single word nearly knocked me off my feet. The entity radiated such intense anger, such rage at my presence. How did you gain access? It demanded telepathically. You do not belong in this realm. The living cannot witness this. My uncle backed away, his face contorted with fear. I'm sorry, he whispered to me. I'm so sorry, Elena. The entity surged between us, separating me from my uncle. I felt its fury wash over me like a physical wave, hot and suffocating. You must pay for your intrusion, it projected into my mind. Suddenly I was no longer in the corridor. The entity had somehow thrown me into what looked like a marsh. Dark, murky water surrounded me, and I immediately began to sink. The mud was thick, pulling me down with terrifying speed. It rose quickly to my chest, then my neck. Pure panic took over. I thrashed and fought, but every movement just seemed to make me sink faster. The mud reached my chin, then my mouth. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. I knew with absolute certainty that if I let myself go under completely, I would die, and my soul would be trapped there with all the others, walking that endless corridor forever. In that moment, I understood I had a choice: surrender and drown, or fight with everything I had. Something inside me refused to give up. I clawed at the air, at the mud, at anything I could reach. That's when I noticed a small, round window that had appeared in a wall I hadn't seen before. It looked miles away, but it was my only chance. With strength I didn't know I possessed, I pulled myself toward it, dragging my body through the thick sludge inch by agonizing inch. My lungs burned, screaming for air. Darkness edged my vision, but I kept going. When I finally reached the window, it seemed impossibly small. There was no way I could fit through it, but I had to try. I pushed my arm through first, then my head, squeezing with all my might. The pain was excruciating, like my body was being compressed to nothing. I felt my bones grinding against each other, my skin tearing, and then I woke up. I shot upright in bed, gasping for air, my entire body drenched in sweat. The pain in my head was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Not just a migraine, but something deeper, more intense, like someone had taken a baseball bat to my skull. My throat felt raw, as if I'd been screaming, though my roommate never mentioned hearing anything that night. The clock read 3:33 in the morning. I stumbled to the bathroom and vomited violently. When I looked in the mirror, I barely recognized myself. My eyes were bloodshot, my face pale and drawn. There were no physical marks on me, but I felt bruised all over, like I'd been in a fight. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw my uncle's desperate face, heard his pleas for help. The next day I did some research. What I experienced matched descriptions of what many religions call purgatory, a place where souls are trapped, neither in heaven nor hell, waiting for something. Some sources described it as being guided or guarded by demons, entities that prevent souls from escaping before they've served their time. I lit a candle for my uncle that day, and I've continued to do so every day since. I sent him spiritual light, whatever that means, hoping it might help him somehow. But deep down, I'm afraid he's still there, still walking that corridor, still never reaching those doors. The worst part is that I haven't told my aunt. How could I? She was just starting to piece her life back together when this happened. How could I reopen those wounds by telling her that her beloved husband is trapped in some kind of spiritual prison, that he's suffering and asking for her? Would it bring her comfort to know he still loves her, or would it destroy her all over again to know he's not at peace? So I've kept silent, and the guilt of that silence eats at me every day. I received a clear message I was meant to deliver, and I've failed to do it. Sometimes I wonder if that entity is watching me, waiting to punish me further for my intrusion. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night feeling like I'm sinking again, the mud filling my mouth and nose. I don't know what to do. I don't know if what I experienced was real or just some incredibly vivid nightmare, but it didn't feel like a dream. It felt like I actually visited somewhere else, somewhere we're not supposed to go until it's our time. And the headache I woke up with that night, it lasted for weeks. No amount of painkillers could touch it. The doctors found nothing wrong with me. They said it was stress or maybe a migraine disorder, but I know better. I know it was the price I paid for seeing something forbidden. I'm writing this now because I need someone to know. I need to share this burden somehow, and maybe, just maybe, someone reading this has experienced something similar and can tell me what to do, because I'm still haunted by my uncle's plea. You have to help me, and I have no idea how. Hi. Story 18. I've never told anyone what happened to us in Sioux Falls. It's been over 10 years now, and I still wake up with that feeling of being watched. This isn't going to be easy to write out, but maybe putting it all down will help me make sense of it somehow. When I was 9, Mom got a new job at the hospital in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. She'd been struggling since Dad left, working 2 jobs just to keep a roof over our heads. This new position meant better pay, better hours, and a fresh start for all of us. My sister Emma was 14 then, going through that phase where everything was totally lame, and she hated everything. She was especially mad about having to leave her friends behind. We moved into this brand new apartment building called Pinecrest Heights. It was this sleek 5-story building with modern finishes, and we were on the top floor, apartment 512. Mom was so proud. She kept saying how we'd finally made it. For the first time, Emma and I would have our own rooms. I remember how excited I was to decorate mine with all my stuffed animals and the glow-in-the-dark stars Mom bought me. The day we moved in was exhausting. I remember the apartment smelled like fresh paint and new carpet. By the time we got all our stuff inside, it was late and we were all tired. Mom ordered pizza, and we ate it sitting on boxes in the living room. That night, I fell asleep almost instantly in my new room. I woke up around 3 in the morning to the sound of giggling. It wasn't just one kid. It sounded like several children laughing and playing. Then I heard what sounded like marbles rolling across the floor above us. The thing is, we were on the top floor. There wasn't supposed to be anything above us, except the roof. I sat up in bed, listening. The sounds were clear as day, little feet running back and forth, more giggling, whispers I couldn't quite make out. I thought maybe I was dreaming, but it went on for what felt like forever. Eventually, I pulled my blanket over my head and somehow fell back asleep. The next morning, I asked Mom if she heard anything strange during the night. She just smiled and said it was probably the building settling or the ventilation system. New buildings make weird noises, she said, pouring cereal into my bowl. I might have believed her if it had only happened once, but it happened again the next night, and the night after that. Always around 3 in the morning, Always the same sounds. Children playing, running, laughing. Sometimes I'd hear a ball bouncing or what sounded like jump rope hitting the floor. About a week after we moved in, things started changing with my family. Emma became even more moody than usual. She'd snap at Mom over nothing, slam doors, stay locked in her room for hours. Mum started looking tired all the time. Even though she said she was sleeping fine, she'd space out during conversations, like her mind was somewhere else. I started spending more time in my room too, but for a different reason. Something about that room felt different. It was at the end of a short hallway off the main living area, and you couldn't see into it from the rest of the apartment unless you were standing right at the entrance to that hallway. My old TV sat on my dresser across from my bed. I didn't watch it much, but I kept it because I discovered something weird. When it was off, the screen reflected the hallway outside my door. It was like having a mirror where I could see if anyone was coming. One night, about 3 weeks after we moved in, I woke up to find my TV on. Static filled the screen, that black and white snow with that soft hissing sound. I hadn't turned it on. I sat up, confused, and looked at my little mermaid clock. It was exactly 3 in the morning. That's when I noticed my closet door was open. I always kept it closed because, well, closet monsters, right? Normal kid stuff. Except what I saw wasn't normal kid stuff at all. There was something in there, something tall and hunched over like it was too big for the closet. It was just a shadow, darker than the darkness around it, but I could make out a shape. Long limbs, a head that almost touched the top of the closet, shoulders hunched forward. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just stared at it, and somehow I knew it was staring back at me. My hand finally found the switch on my bedside lamp, and I flicked it on. The shadow vanished instantly. My closet was just a closet again. Clothes hanging, boxes of toys on the shelf, nothing unusual. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. When morning came, I told Mom about the TV turning on by itself. She checked the plug and said maybe it was on a timer I'd forgotten about. She didn't seem concerned. I didn't tell her about what I saw in the closet. I wasn't sure she'd believe me, and honestly, I wasn't sure I believed it myself. But it happened again the next night, and the night after that. Always at 3 in the morning, always the TV turning on by itself, always that shadow figure in my closet. I started sleeping with my lamp on, and on those nights, nothing happened. But if I forgot, or if the bulb burned out, the pattern would repeat. The weird thing is, as scary as that shadow figure was, I never felt like it wanted to hurt me. It was unsettling for sure, but there was something almost protective about its presence. This might sound crazy, but as things got worse with Emma and Mom, I almost welcomed seeing it. At least it was consistent, at least it was there. About 2 months after we moved in, I started having dreams about a man taking care of me. Not my dad, someone else. In the dreams, he'd read me stories, tuck me in, tell me everything would be okay. I'd wake up feeling safe, even with all the chaos going on around me. One afternoon, I was in my room playing with my toys when I felt someone hug me from behind. It wasn't like a real hug. I couldn't see arms around me, but I felt the pressure, the warmth, like someone was holding me tight. It lasted for maybe 10 seconds, then it was gone. Broad daylight, wide awake, and I felt invisible arms hugging me. Things kept escalating. One night I got up to use the bathroom and saw a girl standing in my doorway. She looked about my age, wearing a white nightgown, with long black hair hanging down past her shoulders. I blinked, and she turned and walked into the bathroom. I followed her, but when I got there, the bathroom was empty. No girl, nowhere she could have gone. By this point, Mom and Emma were fighting constantly. Emma would scream that she hated it here, that something was wrong with this place. Mom would yell back that we had nowhere else to go, that she was doing her best. I'd hide in my room during these fights, watching the hallway and my TV screen, sometimes seeing shadows move when no one was there. About 3 months in, I made a discovery that still makes my skin crawl. Mom had bought me this old wooden desk from a second-hand shop downtown. It was really old but in good condition, and I loved it because it made me feel grown up. One day I was doing homework and dropped my pencil. When I bent down to pick it up, I noticed something carved into the underside of the desk. Mary Gott's a baby. Just those 4 words carved deeply into the wood. The carving looked old, the edges worn smooth. I ran my fingers over it, feeling a chill run through me. A week later, I overheard Mom talking to one of our neighbors, an older guy who'd lived in Sioux Falls his whole life. They were talking about the history of the area, and he mentioned that before our apartment building was built, there used to be an office complex on this land. And before that, back in the 40s and 50s, it had been a residential school for Native American children. I didn't know what a residential school was then. I do now. But what the neighbor said next made my blood run cold. He said when they demolished the office building to build our apartments, they discovered unmarked graves. Children's graves. The construction was halted for a while, but eventually resumed after they supposedly moved the remains. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those children buried and forgotten, and about our apartment building standing on top of where they once lay. I thought about the sounds I heard at night, children playing, laughing, and I wondered if they were still there somehow. I finally worked up the courage to ask the neighbor more about the residential school. He told me it had been a terrible place where kids were mistreated. He said the bathroom stalls in the old school building had graffiti carved into them, and one phrase that kept appearing was, "Mary Gott's a baby." The same phrase carved under my desk. I asked him what it meant, and he said he didn't know for sure, but there were stories about a woman named Mary who worked at the school and had a baby with one of the older students. The baby supposedly died, and Mary went mad with grief, taking care of the children at the school as if each one might be her lost child. After that conversation, things got worse quickly. Emma started sleepwalking, something she'd never done before. Mom would find her standing in the living room in the middle of the night, staring at nothing. When Mom would wake her, Emma wouldn't remember how she got there. The sounds above us got louder, not just at night anymore. Sometimes in broad daylight we'd hear running, laughing, crying. Mom finally admitted she heard it too, but she insisted it must be the ventilation system or the building settling. She refused to consider any other explanation. The breaking point came about 5 months after we moved in. I woke up one night to find Emma standing in my room, staring at my closet. The TV was on, static filling the screen. The shadow figure was there in the closet, more visible than it had ever been before. Emma was whispering something over and over. I couldn't make it out at first, but as I got closer, I realized she was saying, "Mary's baby, Mary's baby, Mary's baby." I touched her arm, and she snapped out of it. She looked at me, terrified, and said, "We need to get out of here. They won't let us leave, but we have to try." The next morning, Emma had no memory of coming into my room, but something had changed in Mom. She finally admitted that something wasn't right about our apartment. Within 2 weeks, she'd found us a new place on the other side of town, a small, older duplex that cost more than our fancy apartment. We moved out in a rush, leaving furniture behind, including my desk. I didn't tell Mom why I was so eager to leave it. I thought moving would be the end of it. For Emma and Mom, it seemed to be. Emma's personality returned to normal. Well, normal teenage moodiness anyway. Mom stopped looking so tired all the time. The fight stopped. But for me, it wasn't over. The shadow figure from my closet came with us. It followed me to the new place. Then, when Mom got transferred to Minnesota 2 years later, it followed me there too. And when I went to college in Wisconsin, it came along. It's been over a decade now. I've moved across 2 provinces, changed apartments 6 times, but still sometimes I wake up at exactly 3 in the morning to find my TV on, static filling the screen, and that tall, hunched shadow watching me from whatever dark corner it can find. The strangest part, I'm not afraid of it anymore. Whatever it is, ghost, guardian, figment of my imagination, it's been with me longer than anyone except my family. Sometimes I think it's protecting me from something worse. Sometimes I think it's just lonely. I've never gone back to Sioux Falls. I've never tried to research the residential school or the phrase on my desk. Some things are better left alone. But I've never forgotten what happened in that apartment, and I've never been able to explain it. I still see it at night sometimes, and I'm starting to think I always will. Story 19. I still don't know why I decided to take that back road home from Megan's Halloween party. It was already past midnight and I was completely sober, designated driver duties. But something just made me want to avoid the main highway. Maybe it was the full moon or just me being weird, but I turned onto Old Mill Road instead. You know, that winding stretch that cuts through those woods before the cemetery. I had my playlist going, some chill indie stuff, and the heater was blasting because it was freezing that night. About halfway down the road, my headlights caught something white moving at the edge of the trees. I slowed down, thinking it might be a deer or something, but then I realized it was a person, a woman. She was just standing there, wearing this flowing white dress that seemed to move even though there wasn't much wind. It was Halloween night, so my first thought was that she was coming from another party. But this was literally the middle of nowhere. No houses for miles. I should have kept driving. Everything in my body was telling me to keep driving, but I didn't. I pulled over and rolled down my passenger window, keeping the car in drive with my foot on the brake. "Are you okay?" I called out. The woman approached my car, and as she got closer, I could see her better in the headlights. She looked about my age, mid-20s maybe, with this long dark hair and really pale skin. She wasn't dressed for the cold at all. Just that thin white gown that looked almost vintage, like something from another era. "Can you give me a ride to the cemetery?" she asked. Her voice was soft but clear, like she wasn't affected by the cold at all. The cemetery was about 3 miles down the road. Nobody goes there at night, especially not on Halloween. Red flag, right? But when I looked at her face, I can't explain it. There was something in her eyes that made me reach over and unlock the passenger door. "I'm Emma," I said as she slid into the seat beside me. "I'm Isabella," she replied without looking at me. The car felt different with her in it, colder somehow, even though the heater was still blasting. She didn't smell like perfume or alcohol or anything I'd expect from someone coming from a party. She just smelled like autumn leaves and something else I couldn't place. Maybe rain. "Were you at a Halloween party?" I asked, trying to make conversation as I pulled back onto the road. "No," she said simply. "I've been waiting." "Waiting for what?" "For someone who could see me." I laughed nervously, thinking it was some weird Halloween joke. "Well, you're not exactly invisible in that white dress." She didn't laugh. She just looked out the window at the passing trees. The drive to the cemetery only took about 5 minutes, but it felt way longer. Isabella didn't say another word, and I couldn't think of anything to ask that wouldn't sound weird. When we reached the cemetery gates, I pulled over. I asked, not sure why anyone would want to be dropped off at a cemetery in the middle of the night. "Yes," she said, looking at me directly for the first time. "I won't be long." Her eyes were this intense, deep blue that seemed to glow slightly in the darkness of the car. I'm not making this up. They literally seemed to have their own light. She got out and walked through the cemetery gates, her white dress floating behind her like something from a movie. I sat there with the engine running, half convinced I was helping some crazy person, but also weirdly unable to drive away. I watched as she moved among the tombstones, seeming to know exactly where she was going despite the darkness. The moon was bright enough that I could track her white figure as she wound deeper into the cemetery. After about 10 minutes, I was getting seriously creeped out. I was about to honk the horn when there was a sudden tap on my driver's side window that nearly made me pee myself. It was another woman, not Isabella, wearing a tattered black dress that looked almost as out of place as Isabella's white gown. She was older, maybe in her 40s, with this wild, desperate look in her eyes. I cracked the window just a little. "Can I help you?" "You brought her here?" the woman asked, her voice urgent. "Isabella?" I nodded, getting more freaked out by the second. "You need to help her," the woman said, "before it's too late. She's been trapped for years." Trapped? What are you talking about? Just go to her, please. And then the woman turned and disappeared into the shadows before I could ask anything else. I sat there for a minute, my heart pounding. This was insane. I should just drive away. But something about the desperation in that woman's voice kept me from starting the car. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, then reluctantly got out. The night air hit me like a wall of ice, and the cemetery looked even creepier in person than it had from the car. Rows of tombstones stretched into the darkness, some old and crumbling, others newer with fresh flowers. "Isabella?" I called, my voice sounding small in the vastness of the graveyard. I followed the path I'd seen her take, moving deeper into the cemetery. The only sounds were my footsteps on the gravel path and my increasingly shaky breathing. After a few minutes, I spotted her white dress in the distance. She was kneeling beside a grave in a newer section of the cemetery. As I approached, she didn't look up. She was tracing the letters on the headstone with her fingertips. "Isabella," I said quietly, "are you okay? There was a woman who said you needed help." She finally looked up at me, and in the moonlight I could see tears on her cheeks. "You can see her too?" "The woman in black? Yeah. Who is she?" "My mother," Isabella said. "She comes here every year on this night." I moved closer, aiming my phone's flashlight at the gravestone Isabella was touching. What I saw made me drop my phone. The stone read, "Isabella Marie Sinclair, 1992 to 2012, forever in our hearts." I picked up my phone with shaking hands, sure I'd read it wrong, but the name was still there. Isabella, the same as the woman kneeling in front of me. "I don't understand," I whispered, though part of me was starting to understand all too well. Isabella stood up, and now she seemed different, less solid somehow, like I could almost see the moonlight through her. "I lost my life too soon," she said. "I was driving home from a Halloween party. This road, a deer ran out. My car went off the road." She gestured vaguely toward the woods beyond the cemetery. "No one found me until morning." I couldn't speak. My throat had closed up with fear and something else, a deep, inexplicable sadness. "Every Halloween, I wait by the road," she continued. "I wait for someone who can see me, who can help me. Most people drive right past, but you stopped. Why me?" I finally managed to ask. "And how can I help you? You're..." I couldn't bring myself to say the word dead. "I can't find peace," she said. "No one remembers my story, the real me. They just remember how I died. My mother is the only one who still comes, but she's consumed by grief. She can't let go either." I don't know what made me do it, but I reached out and touched her hand. It should have gone right through her, right? But it didn't. Her hand felt cold but solid under mine. And then it happened. The moment our hands connected, it was like a flood rushed through me. Memories, emotions, sensations, but they weren't mine. I saw flashes of a life I hadn't lived. A little girl with dark hair blowing out birthday candles. A teenager sneaking out her bedroom window to meet friends. A young woman graduating college, her parents beaming with pride. First love, heartbreak, dreams of traveling the world. Fear as a car spun out of control, pain, then darkness, then years of watching the world continue without her, unable to interact, to be heard, to be remembered. I gasped and pulled my hand away, tears streaming down my face. "Isabella," I whispered, "I see you. I really see you." She smiled, and it was the saddest, most beautiful smile I've ever seen. "Will you remember me? Not just how I died, but who I was." "Yes," I promised without hesitation. "I'll remember everything. I'll make sure others do too." As soon as I said those words, something changed in her face. A peace seemed to settle over her, and the strange glow in her eyes brightened. "Thank you, Emma," she said. And then, right before my eyes, she began to fade. Not like movie ghosts that disappear in an instant, but gradually, like fog dissipating in morning sun. The last thing to disappear was that smile. I stood there in the cemetery for I don't know how long, just staring at the place where she had been. When I finally looked around, the woman in black, Isabella's mother, was standing a few yards away. She was looking at me with an expression I couldn't read. "You helped her," she said, not a question but a statement. I nodded, still unable to form coherent thoughts. "I've been coming here for 10 years, hoping someone would see her," she said. "Thank you." And then she turned and walked away, disappearing among the tombstones just as her daughter had disappeared into the moonlight. I made my way back to my car in a daze. I drove home on autopilot, my mind replaying everything that had happened. When I got to my apartment, I sat down at my computer and began to write. I wrote all night, pouring out Isabella's story, not just her death, but her life. The memories she'd shared with me were so vivid that the words just flowed. As I wrote, I swear I could feel her presence beside me, guiding my hands. Sometimes the words appeared on the screen faster than I could type them, as if we were writing together. When the sun came up, I had pages and pages of Isabella's life story. I printed them out and fell into an exhausted sleep. I've been back to that cemetery every Halloween since then. I bring flowers to Isabella's grave and read parts of her story aloud. I've never seen her again, but sometimes I feel a gentle breeze that smells like autumn leaves and rain, and I know she's there. I still drive down that winding road sometimes, especially when I need to think. I don't know what happened that night, if it was real or if I imagined it all, but I know that I carry Isabella's memories with me now. I remember her for who she was, not just how she died, and somehow I think that's what she needed all along. I've tried to tell this story to friends, but they just think it's a creepy Halloween tale I made up. Maybe it is. But every October 31st, I leave my porch light on all night, just in case there's someone else out there waiting for someone who can see them. Story 20. I've been debating whether to post this for a while now. It happened when I was 15 and I still can't explain it. I'm 23 now, but the memory is as clear as if it happened yesterday. Back then, I was in this weird limbo between 8th grade and freshman year. Summer was supposed to be this awesome break, but for me, it was just more time stuck in my own head. I was dealing with some pretty severe depression. My mom was struggling with alcoholism, and home felt like a minefield most days. You never knew what version of her you'd get. We were renting this old house in Oak Ridge. Nothing fancy, just a small 2-bedroom with this weird energy to it. I know that sounds stupid, but the place always felt off somehow, like something was watching. Things would go missing, doors would open on their own, and sometimes I'd hear footsteps when no one was there. I mostly chalked it up to living in an old house, but deep down, I knew there was more to it. That summer, my grandparents invited me to stay with them for a week in Pinewood Hills. It was about 40 minutes from our place, and I jumped at the chance. Their house was my safe haven growing up, the place I'd escape to when things got really bad at home. They had this bedroom that was basically mine, decorated the same way since I was a kid, with glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling and my old stuffed animals lined up on a shelf. The first few nights there were peaceful. I slept better than I had in months. Then came that night, a Tuesday, I think. I remember because my grandpa and I had spent the day fishing, and Tuesdays were when the lake was quietest. I went to bed around 11, exhausted but content. I always kept a small nightlight plugged in, not because I was afraid of the dark, okay, maybe a little, but because waking up in total darkness sometimes triggered my anxiety. I fell asleep pretty quickly, face buried in the pillow like I always sleep. What felt like a few hours later, I was suddenly shaken awake. Not like when you jerk awake from a dream. This was different. It felt like someone had grabbed my shoulders and violently shook me. My whole body moved, my eyes flew open, heart racing, and I sat up, looking around the empty room. The nightlight cast a soft blue glow, but nothing seemed out of place. "Just a falling dream," I muttered to myself, trying to calm down. You know those dreams where you feel like you're falling and jerk awake? I figured it was something like that. I laid back down, pulled the covers up, and closed my eyes. That's when the snapping started. It wasn't loud at first, just this weird, rhythmless snapping sound, like someone rapidly clicking their fingers together. What made it creepy was that it seemed to be moving around my bed. Snap, 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 circling me. I opened my eyes again, annoyed more than scared. Growing up with all the weird stuff in our rental house, I'd become kind of desensitized to paranormal crap. "Stop it," I said into the darkness, not really expecting a response. The snapping stopped. I sighed, turned over, and tried to go back to sleep. I was just drifting off when it happened again, that violent shaking. But this time it wasn't just me being shaken. The entire bed was trembling, like someone was at the foot of it, violently rocking it back and forth. What the hell? I sat up, now fully awake and pissed off. I needed sleep. I had plans with my grandpa the next day, and this was the last thing I needed. The bed stopped moving the moment I sat up. I glanced around the room again. The nightlight illuminated enough that I could see there was nobody there. My grandparents' room was on the other side of the house, so it couldn't be them moving around. Besides, they were both in their 70s. Neither of them could shake a bed that hard. The snapping started again, louder this time. It was still circling the bed, but faster, more aggressive. Snap, 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 snap. It didn't sound like fingers anymore, more like something hard hitting together, and it was closer to the bed than before. Seriously, knock it off? I growled, my patience wearing thin. I wasn't some little kid who would freak out at ghost stories. After the stuff I'd seen at home, this was annoying more than anything. I laid back down again, pulling the covers up to my chin and squeezing my eyes shut. Just ignore it, I told myself. Whatever it is, it can't hurt you. But then came the third awakening. This time, the shaking was so violent that my teeth chattered. My whole body bounced on the mattress, and it continued even after my eyes flew open. The bed frame was rattling against the wall. The snapping was almost deafening now, circling the bed so fast it seemed like there were multiple sources. I sat up, heart hammering in my chest, anger finally giving way to real fear. "Stop!" I shouted, not caring if I woke my grandparents. That's when I saw it. Something dark whizzed past the foot of my bed, moving so fast I couldn't make out what it was. It shot across the room and struck the tall metal lamp in the corner with a loud clang. The sound was distinctive, metal hitting metal, like a coin striking a pipe. The lamp wobbled, the shade tilting askew. Fear turned back to fury. This was my safe place. This room was my sanctuary. Whatever this thing was, it had no right to be here. "Listen here, you piece of shit," I yelled, my voice breaking with emotion. "I don't know what you are or what you want, but this is my room. Get the fuck out." I was shaking, but not from fear anymore, from rage. My life was hard enough. My home was a battlefield. My mind was my enemy, and now this thing was invading the one place I felt safe. "I'm not afraid of you," I continued, the words pouring out of me. "You want to mess with someone, go find someone else. I'm done." Then, in what was probably the most defiant thing I've ever done, I flopped back down, yanked the covers over my head, and turned my back to the room. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, but I refused to show any more fear. "Go away," I mumbled into my pillow. "Just go away." And it did. The snapping stopped. The room grew still. The only sound was my ragged breathing under the blanket and the distant hum of the refrigerator downstairs. I stayed under those covers for what felt like hours, afraid to emerge. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I fell into a fitful sleep. When morning came, the sun streaming through the curtains made the whole thing seem like a bad dream, but I knew it wasn't. The lamp was still crooked, just as it had been after being struck. The first thing I did was search the floor around the lamp, looking for whatever had hit it. The sound was so distinct, like a coin or metal object, but I found nothing. I even moved the lamp, checked under the dresser, and felt along the baseboards. Nothing. My grandma noticed the dark circles under my eyes at breakfast and asked if I'd slept okay. I lied and said I had a nightmare. Technically not untrue, except I'd been wide awake for all of it. I spent that day on edge, jumping at every sound, but the following night was completely peaceful. Nothing happened for the rest of my stay. It was like whatever had been there that night had said its piece and moved on. Over the years, I've tried to rationalize what happened. I've been diagnosed with PTSD, anxiety, depression, and borderline personality disorder. All of these could contribute to hallucinations or night terrors. But certain elements don't add up. If it was sleep paralysis, why could I move freely? If it was a hallucination, why did it feel so physical, like something was literally shaking me? And what about the lamp? I've experienced lucid nightmares before, but this was different. It felt external, like something was trying to get my attention. My grandparents sold that house when I was 19, and I helped them move. As I packed up my bedroom, I found myself standing in that same spot, remembering that night. Part of me wanted to say goodbye to whatever had been there, but another part was afraid acknowledging it might somehow invite it back into my life. To this day, I haven't experienced anything quite like it again. The rental house my mom and I lived in continued to have strange occurrences until we moved out when I was 17, but nothing as direct or aggressive as what happened at my grandparents' place. Sometimes I wonder if something followed me there from our house in Oak Ridge. Maybe it was attached to me rather than the location, or maybe it was something that had always been in my grandparents' house, something that only made itself known to me that night. I don't have answers. All I know is that something was in that room with me, something that could physically affect the world around it, something that could snap its fingers, shake a bed and throw objects, something that, when confronted, chose to leave me alone. And honestly, that's the part that still scares me the most. It understood me, it listened, it made a choice. Whatever it was, I hope it stays away, because while I put on a brave face that night, I'm not sure I'd have the courage to do it again. Story 21. I don't talk about what happened to me back in '76. Not with my family, not with my buddies, not with the department shrink they made me see afterwards. But I need to get this off my chest finally, and maybe putting it down in writing will help me make sense of it all. Maybe someone out there has seen something similar and can help me understand what the hell happened to me that night. I was a Kansas State trooper back then, William Henderson, though everyone just called me Bill. 28 years old, 4 years on the job, and thought I'd pretty much seen everything you could see patrolling the highways around Salina, drunk drivers, high-speed chases, terrible accidents, the usual stuff that comes with the territory. Nothing could have prepared me for what happened on that August night in '76. It was a Tuesday, August 10th. I remember because it was my nephew's birthday, and I'd missed the party because I was working the night shift. I'd been on since 10 p.m. and it had been a quiet night, the kind of night where you drink too much coffee to stay awake and end up with a stomachache. I'd been cruising I-70 for a couple hours, not much traffic that late. Few trucks, occasional car, nothing unusual. Around 1:30 in the morning, I was heading eastbound about 20 miles outside Salina when I first noticed them in my rear view. 7 white sedans, all identical, coming up behind me in the distance. They were in a perfect V formation, like geese flying south for the winter. 3 cars in front, then 2 behind them, then 2 more behind those. At first, I thought it was just some car club or something, maybe heading home from a late meetup, but something felt off right away. They were perfectly spaced, and I mean perfectly, like someone had measured the distance between each car down to the inch, and they were all moving at exactly the same speed. Not normal highway driving where people speed up and slow down a little. These cars moved like they were connected by invisible rods. I pulled into the right lane to let them pass, figuring I'd watch them go by, but they slowed down to match my speed exactly. That's when the hair on the back of my neck stood up. Something wasn't right. I radioed in to dispatch to report the unusual vehicles. Marcy was working that night, and I remember her laughing, asking if I'd had too much coffee. I laughed it off too, but I kept watching those cars in my mirror. I decided to slow down to get a better look. The formations slowed down too, maintaining the exact same distance behind me. I sped up. They sped up. It was like they were locked onto me. After about 10 minutes of this weird cat and mouse game, I decided I needed to get a closer look. I hit my lights, not the siren, just the roof lights, and pulled onto the shoulder. The formation passed me, still in that perfect V. They were Ford LTDs, I could see now, all of them white, all spotlessly clean. No dirt, no bugs on the windshield, nothing. All had Kansas plates, but I couldn't make out the numbers as they passed. I pulled back onto the highway and followed them. They maintained a steady 65 miles per hour, not speeding, just cruising along like they were out for a Sunday drive at 1:45 in the morning. I radioed dispatch again, giving them an update and asking if there were any reports of unusual activity. Nothing. Marcy told me to be careful and to keep her updated. After following for about 5 miles, I decided to pull alongside the rearmost car on the right side of the formation. As I came up next to it, I shined my flashlight through the passenger window. That's when I saw it, or rather, didn't see it. There was no driver. The car was completely empty. I nearly swerved off the road. The steering wheel was moving on its own, turning slightly to adjust to the curves in the highway. The gas pedal was pressing down and releasing slightly, with no foot on it. The interior was immaculate. No papers, no trash, nothing personal at all. Just a factory-clean Ford LTD driving itself down I-70 in the middle of the night. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I pulled back behind the formation and radioed dispatch again, my voice shaking as I reported what I'd seen. Marcy asked me to repeat myself, probably thinking I was playing a joke or had lost my mind. I'm telling you, Marcy, there's nobody driving these cars. They're moving on their own. She told me backup was on the way, but the nearest unit was at least 20 minutes out. I was on my own. I decided to check the other cars. One by one, I pulled alongside each vehicle in the formation. Every single one was empty. 7 driverless cars moving in perfect formation down the interstate. I felt sick to my stomach, like the world had suddenly stopped making sense. Around 2 a.m., the formation suddenly signaled, all 7 cars, their turn signals blinking in perfect unison, and took the exit for County Road 14. I followed, maintaining a safe distance. The road was dark, no streetlights out here in farm country, just my headlights and the 7 white Fords ahead of me. They slowed down, now going about 30 miles per hour down the country road. I radioed in our location, my voice still shaky. I remember Marcy telling me that Officer Daniels was on his way about 15 minutes out. I told her I'd keep following until backup arrived. At exactly 2:15 a.m., I remember checking my watch. All 7 cars pulled over to the side of the road simultaneously. Their engines shut off and their lights went dark. The sudden silence was deafening. I stopped my patrol car about 50 yards back and reported in to dispatch. The vehicles have stopped on County Road 14, approximately 3 miles from the interstate. I'm going to approach with caution. Those were the last words I consciously remember saying that night. What happened next, I still can't fully explain. I remember getting out of my car, hand on my holster, flashlight in my other hand. I approached the rearmost car cautiously. The night was dead silent. No crickets, no distant traffic noise. Nothing, just the sound of my boots on the gravel and my own breathing. I reached the car and shined my light inside again, still empty. I tried the door handle. It was unlocked. I opened the door and leaned in, checking the glove compartment. There was a vehicle registration inside. The car belonged to a Thomas Miller from Wichita. I recognized the name. It had been in a report about a stolen vehicle a few weeks earlier, but the report had been updated. The car had been recovered and returned to the owner 3 days after it was stolen. That's when I noticed a strange humming sound coming from above. I stood up and looked at the sky. And then, nothing. My next clear memory is walking along E70, the sun high in the sky, my uniform dirty and my feet blistered. I had no idea how I got there or what had happened in between. According to my watch, it was just after 4 in the afternoon, almost 14 hours later. I was 60 miles from where I'd stopped behind those cars. A fellow trooper found me walking along the shoulder. He'd been out looking for me since that morning. Apparently, when Officer Daniels arrived at County Road 14, he found my patrol car running, door open, but no sign of me. My last radio transmission had cut off mid-sentence. The medical exams afterwards found something the doctors couldn't explain. There were geometric patterns burned into my retinas, perfect circles, triangles, and lines that shouldn't have been possible. The ophthalmologist said he'd never seen anything like it. The patterns faded after about a week, but I still see them sometimes when I close my eyes at night. The department launched an investigation, of course. They found the 7 vehicles' VINs matched cars that had been reported stolen across the Midwest in the previous months. The weird part was that every single one had been recovered and returned to its owner before that night on the highway. The owners all swore their cars had been in their driveways or garages that night. I wasn't the only one who saw those cars. 6 other troopers reported similar encounters over the next month. Same pattern. 7 white Ford LTDs in formation, no drivers. But nobody else had the missing time that I experienced. Things got really weird about 3 weeks after my encounter. I started having these episodes, vivid flashes where I'd suddenly know something was about to happen on the highway. The first time, I was patrolling near Topeka and suddenly had this overwhelming feeling that there was going to be a crash at mile marker 263. I raced there and arrived just in time to prevent a semi from plowing into a stalled car. The driver asked how I knew to be there. I couldn't answer him. It happened again and again. I'd get these flashes of knowledge about accidents or incidents before they happened. My superiors were suspicious at first, thinking maybe I was causing the situations somehow. But after I predicted a major pileup caused by a sudden hailstorm, they couldn't deny something strange was happening. The psychological toll was brutal. I started having nightmares every night, dreams where I was chasing those white cars down highways that folded back on themselves like paper. In these dreams, the cars would age decades in seconds, rusting and decaying before my eyes until they were just skeletons of vehicles still moving down the road. The strangest part, other officers who'd seen the 7 cars had the same dreams, exactly the same. We'd never discussed the dreams with each other, but when the department psychologist interviewed us separately, we all described identical nightmares. About 2 months after my encounter, a buddy who worked at McConnell Air Force Base told me something off the record. Their radar had tracked 7 unidentified objects moving in formation above Kansas throughout that August. The objects moved at impossible speeds, changed direction instantaneously, and sometimes disappeared from radar altogether. The official investigation closed in November 1976, citing undetermined natural phenomena. I took a leave of absence and never went back to night shifts. I couldn't handle being out there in the dark, always looking for those 7 white cars. I still patrol I-70, but only daylight shifts. Some of the guys who work nights tell me they occasionally see glimpses of 7 white sedans in formation, always at exactly 2:15 a.m. And when they appear, radios go dead, radar guns stop working, even their watches stop. I don't know what happened to me during those missing 14 hours. I don't know how I ended up 60 miles away from my car. I don't know why I can sometimes see things before they happen, but I know what I saw that night. 7 cars with no drivers, moving with a purpose and intelligence that still chills me to my core. Sometimes when I'm driving alone at night, I find myself checking my rearview mirror for a V formation of headlights, and when I dream, I still see those geometric patterns burned into my vision, like they're trying to tell me something I still can't understand. Story 22. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what happened to me last summer on Bear Ridge. I've hiked all over the Cascades for years, but nothing prepared me for this. I've always been drawn to places with stories. Maybe that was my first mistake. I'd heard about Bear Ridge from a guy at my local hiking shop. He mentioned it had these incredible views, but also some weird history. Hikers going missing over the years, people reporting strange experiences, that kind of thing. I should have paid more attention to the warning signs, but instead, I just got more curious. On July 16, 2015, I packed my gear and drove out to the trailhead. It was about 5 in the morning when I arrived, and the sun was just starting to light up the mountains. The air felt crisp and clean, and I remember thinking how perfect the day seemed. The parking area was completely empty. Not unusual for a Thursday, but it meant I'd have the trail to myself. I checked my pack one more time. Tent, sleeping bag, enough food for 2 days, water filter, first aid kit, the usual stuff. My plan was to hike up to the ridge, camp overnight, and come back down the next day. Simple enough. I'd done solo hikes like this dozens of times before. The first couple of hours were exactly what I expected, a steady climb through beautiful old-growth forest. The trail was well maintained but not heavily used. I spotted deer tracks, heard woodpeckers, and even caught a glimpse of an eagle soaring overhead. Everything felt so alive, so vibrant. Around 10 in the morning, something changed. I can't really explain it, but the forest just felt different. The bird sounds that had been so constant suddenly became sporadic, then stopped altogether. I told myself it was just the time of day, or maybe I was hiking into a different ecosystem, but deep down, I knew something wasn't right. I remember stopping to take a drink of water and feeling this prickle on the back of my neck. You know that feeling when you're certain someone is staring at you? It was exactly like that, but more intense. I spun around expecting to see another hiker, but there was nothing, just trees and the empty trail behind me. Just nerves, I muttered to myself, but I couldn't shake the feeling. I kept hiking, trying to focus on the path ahead and the beautiful scenery, but that sensation of being watched wouldn't go away. I started walking faster. By midday, I reached this incredible clearing with a view of the entire valley below. It should have been the highlight of my hike, the kind of vista you sit and stare at for an hour, taking photos and just soaking it all in, but I couldn't enjoy it. The silence was too complete. No wind in the trees, no birds, no insects buzzing, nothing, just dead air. I ate my lunch there, forcing myself to appreciate the view, but I couldn't relax. I kept scanning the tree line, looking for, I don't know what, something that would explain why my instincts were screaming at me. I debated turning back right then. Maybe if I had, things would be different, but I'd already come so far, and the summit was only another couple of hours away. So I pressed on. The trail narrowed as it wound higher up the mountain. The trees seemed to close in, branches reaching over the path like they were trying to grab me. I know how that sounds, but that's honestly how it felt. The light changed too, dimmer, despite it being early afternoon on a clear summer day. Around 4 in the afternoon, I decided I needed to find a camping spot. The original plan was to reach the actual ridge, but I was exhausted, not physically, but mentally. Constantly feeling on edge had drained me. I found a small clearing about 50 feet off the main trail that looked suitable enough. Setting up camp gave me something to focus on. I pitched my tent, collected some firewood, and prepared everything for the night. As the sun started to set, I got a small fire going. That's when I noticed how unnaturally quiet it still was. Most forests come alive at dusk, owls calling, small animals rustling, the wind picking up, but there was nothing. I sat by the fire trying to convince myself that I was just being paranoid when I heard it for the first time, whispering, so faint that at first I thought it was just the sound of the fire crackling. But then it became clearer, like hushed voices carried on a breeze that I couldn't feel. I jumped up, spinning around, trying to locate the source. "Hello?" I called out. "Is someone there?" No response, just more whispering, now seeming to come from multiple directions at once. I couldn't make out any words, but the tone felt urgent, almost warning. My heart was racing so fast I could feel it pounding in my throat. I added more wood to the fire, building it up as high as I safely could. The extra light didn't help much. It just created more shadows that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. Sleep was out of the question. I sat with my back against a tree, knife in hand, watching the darkness beyond my firelight. The whispering continued on and off throughout the night. Sometimes it would stop for an hour, and I'd start to think maybe it was all in my head, but then it would start again, closer this time. Around 3 in the morning, something large moved through the underbrush just outside my camp. I heard branches breaking, leaves rustling. I called out again, my voice shaking, but got no response. Whatever it was, it circled my camp twice before moving off. I've never been so happy to see dawn break. As soon as there was enough light to see the trail, I packed up camp and started hiking again. I didn't even bother with breakfast. I just wanted to get moving, to get away from that clearing. My plan had changed. I was heading back down, back to my car, back to safety. But after about an hour of hiking, I realized I wasn't on the same trail anymore. The path was narrower, less maintained. I must have taken a wrong turn in my hurry to leave camp. I stopped to check my map and compass, trying to figure out where I'd gone wrong, when I spotted something through the trees. A flickering light, like an old lantern bobbing between trunks. It was maybe 100 yards away, off trail. My first thought was relief. Another person, someone who could help me get back on track. I moved toward it, pushing through underbrush and stepping over fallen logs. The light disappeared and reappeared several times, but I kept following its general direction. That's when I came upon the cabin. It was old, really old. The kind of place that looks like it might collapse if you breathe on it too hard. The roof sagged in the middle, some of the windows were broken, and the whole structure tilted slightly to one side. There was no sign of the light I'd been following. Every instinct told me to turn around and get as far away from that cabin as possible. But then I heard the whispering again, clearer than before, and somehow it seemed to be coming from inside the cabin. I know how stupid this sounds, but I felt drawn to it. Not in a curious way, but in a compelled way, like I had to see what was inside. My feet moved forward without me really deciding to go. The door wasn't locked. It creaked open at my touch, revealing a single room with dusty floorboards and cobwebbed corners. There was an old iron stove, a broken chair, and a rickety table with what looked like an old oil lamp on it, unlit. If this was the source of the light I'd seen, someone had just been here. "Hello?" I called out. No answer except for the whispering, which seemed to be coming from the walls themselves now. That's when I noticed them. The photographs. One entire wall of the cabin was covered with them. Old yellowed photos, newer color prints, Polaroids, all tacked up haphazardly. I moved closer, and my blood went cold. They were all pictures of hikers, smiling people on trails, at viewpoints, sitting by campfires, normal hiking photos. Except in every single one, there was something wrong. Dark figures stood in the backgrounds, not clearly visible, just shapes that were too tall, too thin to be human, partially hidden behind trees or rocks. In some photos, these figures were barely visible, just a darkness where there shouldn't be one. In others, they were closer to the hikers, more defined. With shaking hands, I touched one of the photos. It was dated last summer. The smiling woman in the foreground had no idea what was behind her. That's when I heard it, a low, rumbling growl from somewhere behind me. I spun around, but the cabin was empty. The whispering intensified, becoming almost frantic. Though I still couldn't make out specific words, the message was clear: get out. The walls seemed to be closing in. The air became thick and hard to breathe. The photos started to tremble on the wall, though there was no wind. That growl came again, closer this time. I ran. I didn't look back, didn't stop to grab my dropped backpack. I just ran out of that cabin and down the nearest thing resembling a trail. Branches whipped my face, roots tried to trip me, but I kept going. I don't know how long I ran before I stumbled onto the main trail again. The sun was directly overhead, so it must have been around noon. The forest was still unnaturally quiet, but at least I knew where I was now. I practically jogged the rest of the way down the mountain. By the time I reached my car, my legs were shaking so badly I could barely stand. I fumbled with my keys, kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see something emerge from the trees. As I drove away, I checked my rearview mirror constantly. For a split second, I thought I saw something tall and dark at the edge of the parking area, but when I looked again, there was nothing. It's been months now, and I still can't explain what happened up there. I've researched the history of Bear Ridge more thoroughly and found reports of hikers going missing dating back to the 1930s. Some were never found. Others turned up miles from any trail, disoriented and unable to explain where they'd been. I keep thinking about those photographs, about the figures in them. Were they what I felt watching me? Were the whispers trying to warn me? I lost all my gear when I fled that cabin, including my camera with the photos I'd taken on the hike. Part of me is relieved. I don't think I want to see what might have been in the background of my own pictures. I haven't gone hiking since, not even on popular trails. Sometimes at night, when everything is quiet, I think I can still hear those whispers, and I wonder how many of those smiling hikers in the photographs made it back down the mountain.